Well, a very good morning from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Welcome to this coverage of today's one-day cup match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire here from the Welsh capital in Cardiff. I'm delighted to say I'll be joined today, amongst others, by Mike Powell, former Glamorgan batter, and of course winner of the one-day cup in a different iteration back in 2002 and 2004. Great to have you with us, Mike. And let me just bring you up to date first of all with the news. You'll have seen if you've clicked on to the website and got the stream running that the start is delayed. There's been a bit of rain overnight. It's not much now, but it was certainly damp in the early hours this morning, and that means that it's taking a little while to dry the surface off here at Sophia Gardens, and there's going to be an inspection here at 11:20 this morning. So play was due to start at 11, but it hasn't been possible. The covers are still on, and the umpires now want to have an inspection at 11:20. So if all goes well, maybe we'll get underway around midday. So Mike, this is a new competition this season. The Blast has just finished, and what's your sense about how Glamorgan in particular need to approach this one? So they finished in style with that incredible record-breaking victory over Somerset in the final game of the Blast, with records tumbling all over the place, the record total, record individual score from Kieran Carlson, and then Marnus Labuschagne finishing in style before he headed back to Australia with 5 for 11 with the ball as well. So it was an incredible day, but obviously that wasn't enough to get them into the next stage of that. So perhaps a chance to reset and restart again. How do you think they should approach this? Yeah,
it's interesting. The T20, they fell out of the competition. I think it was 3 games to go. They knew they weren't going to qualify to the next stage, so it was almost like they freed themselves up a little bit. There was a couple of games in there they possibly should have won. They should have beaten Gloucester in the T20 game here, and Gloucester played brilliantly well, and I think they hit 6 to win off the last ball of the game. Unbelievable game of cricket to watch. They'll take some confidence the way they finished in that T20 Blast competition. They confidence from that. Slightly different team. We've got a number of players missing from that. I think Cook has got a sore calf. He's pulled that the other day, so he's out for a number of weeks. Labuschagne is finished. He's gone back home, and Collingwood's been called up as well. So it's a slightly different team they've got, but I think the younger players that will replace those senior players will see what is possible on this ground. I think it's the same wicket they played on the other day, or similar sort of area, so it'll be a very good wicket they'll play on today. So I think they'll take some confidence from the T20 Blast. But yeah, it is a different format, obviously a lot longer format, but it'll be interesting to see what other players come and replace those seniors players today.
Yeah, that's right. A few players on both sides today, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, missing as they've been called up into Welsh Fire squads. Of course, Mason Crane is the other one who's in Welsh Fire colours after his stellar start to the season in all competitions. The leg spinner, he's been a real revelation for Glamorgan, so he will be playing for Welsh Fire this season as well. And as you say, Colin Ingram, we think, has just been called up as an injury replacement for the Northern Superchargers, so he won't be playing today. And that's a bit of a blow, I guess, because in this competition, he's your stellar one-day batter, and he would have been a person that Glamorgan would have been looking to build their batting around.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you take senior players out of teams, especially batters into that, the batsmen play differently. So your Kieran Carlson all of a sudden has got a lot more responsibility on his shoulders to score runs. So it'll be interesting how these other players react with these senior players, guaranteed run senior players leave the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we don't have the teams yet for today's match. Obviously, when the captains toss, we'll bring that news to you as soon as possible before the start of play. But this is a new competition, the One Day Cup, and we're very much looking forward to it. It's a 50-over competition, of course. Just a reminder, there are 2 groups, and Glamorgan and Gloucestershire are playing in Group B. And unlike the Blast, it seems to be a mix of teams from all over the country, so Yorkshire and Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, so from all parts of the country, are playing in Group B. And there are 8 matches. And then the teams that finish in the top 4 go into the quarterfinals, and so on and so on. Of course, Glamorgan won this back in 2021, so they enjoyed this competition. That was, I think, a competition certainly for me looking on in those days when people like Kieran Carlson really came to prominence in leading the side that year. So it can be an important competition, particularly for some players who maybe haven't shone in the Championship or the Blast, to get their spot in the limelight and perhaps say to the coach, well, you should have been picking me.
Absolutely, it's an opportunity, isn't it? And I think a longer format as well, 50 overs, you've got a little bit more time. I'm just thinking about batters here, you've got a lot more time at the crease to show your skills. Because every game counts. You're not sure where contracts are with certain players as well. So there's an added pressure of adding to their contract and staying at the club and extending what they already have here. But yeah, it's almost like a wipe slate clean. Right, here we go, new competition, a borderline fresh set of players coming in just to see what they've actually got.
So that's the picture here from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff now. We're expecting the umpires to come out and inspect the surface in just a couple of minutes' time. So the inspection at 11:20. We're just going to sign off just for now while the umpires do their work, but we hope to return hopefully just before midday with some much better news, as we hope that play will get underway in this one-day cup match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. So for now, this is Mike Powell and Ashley Crowther signing off. We'll hope to see you in a few minutes' time.
So one of the things, when you have the old stage in here, the open board, you look for the hill, if there's any, you can't see it, and also comfortable you can go over the top of the line every day. Comfortable goes to the from go to New York. He'd never act that, so no, but he would. Any issues with anything, totally involved. But it's classic house. No. Yeah.
or wherever. You either won or lost on the day, so it'll be the best time. This would be cleaned up, Tom Smith Taylor. Yeah, left arm. Yep. That clown still back in there, so you don't get to get things on there. It's an old thing, it's not a little bit too short this stuff, right? First class, you don't hear him or see him or nothing. In club cricket, even worse, like he's benefiting into play. Everyone ready? Right, good luck everyone. Alright, play. What are you doing? Shut up. Any photo, we're in. No one gives a shit, mate. Honestly, it'd be so much easier if we just did it ourselves. So I have the same problem with school cricket. So there's like the Empire, Gloucestershire Empire Association. Don't need it. Don't need it. Honestly, there is a no. You have the microphone now. Score is like 30 yards away, right? So it's how you've got to miss it. No. You ready? Yeah. That's right. Shut up. And then he was changing off it. He wasn't giving wides or anything. Oh yeah. But really. Really bad. Yeah. no risk to resign, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. He seems to know, he's nice with that. His father is it? Different. No. No. Because of the wicked voices and stuff like the same well down to the equally absolute. So you come the other side of the road, talk to me, there's a bottle of water, drink, no problem, and about 20 minutes out, I'm the problem. 40 minutes now, 2 yards, back on. Just the bloke's going to bowl the next door, stop the game, walk over to him, you're not allowed to leave the game, you're not allowed to leave the game. Now he's literally gone from the road to here, and go back to the road. He said, I was going to do it. So, you got to look at it. If that happens, then you'll be going to whatever. So, I did chat with him for a bit. So I said, Les, just so that's what all you're doing here is so we're encouraging to finish school and want to play competitive game. You're talking to people like that, so he's pretty much a school. So from there on, I've gone my way to myself, I don't usually socialise. I found one chap from having read the article. I wanted to do all my games, but you can only do midweek like Thursday games.
Well, the rain is lingering, and there will be a further inspection when the rain stops.
So he said, if I'm not from my club, if the club provides an umpire for the league, you get X amount of points already. So without taking runs, whatever, it's an incentive for luck if you get a club. So that's what we're doing until you find something. He's a lovely bloke, and he gets he understands what, it's what yeah, they just override the position of racing. No, it's all it is. Because you always say to get guys who settle with it, it's all for the ground. They're respectful of the ground. With it, like, well married. Please, I'm not allowed to do that. So, as soon as you get out to the games, that. drop. I'm not going to drop for a game. I'll drop for weakness. If one bloke comes in, which was runs in those weeks, like the wrong. Missile. So we didn't win this cup, we won the cup. So that decides you want to leave. You actually want it when you want it earlier than the other one being left. Championship has great seven championship and then we have promotions from Division 1. Yeah, so then good people underneath that find these things. Dawkins is very good. Harlow, what's it? Oh, no, will they have Smale? Possibly? So Horton's interesting. Well, Horton signed a 5-year deal a number of years ago, and no one wins on a 5-year deal. So he's hardly played since he's been started. But it's no one. So in a drop card, you best keep your clubs around.
While we're waiting for the rain to stop, a reminder there's a full range of food and drink which can be purchased by members throughout the day in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Glamorgan members receive a 10% discount if you show your membership card. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which are situated just inside the entrance to the indoor school on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. And in addition, Dinky Donuts and Glamorgan Pie will be selling a range of snacks and hot drinks next to the Zoo shop on Gilbert Street.
I've never met him. got too many, haven't they? So you think who will keep Snails? You're a good batter. To learn to keep as well, it's great about being inside. But I'm saying about things, so Cook, I don't know how long Cook's got left. So,
Well, I have an update. Lunch will be taken at 12:30.
Chris Cook. Because it's kind of like, well, yes, 38. Is he? Yeah. Is he? He started quite late, yeah. So even if Cook's another 2-8. Yeah. So we think 9 next year, 47. So 38, he started quite late. I remember he played 17 with him. People upset. Debut, here we are, first class 2009. Yeah, so he could go another 2 years, isn't he? He's supposed to go lots of runs. No reason for that. I saw that, yeah. How was that 15-20? I didn't know that. I never called it the start of 109 to the whole competition. Good on him. Shame he didn't run such a cold thing. I thought he was quite well, but then he saw it just a week ago. So, what happened again? What did you watch? What stage? I watched him back. So they were like 4 down after that. How many tricks have you done or something like that? Young West. What do you reckon? Hospitality, England one game, Bristol, that's not a big growth, not a big goal. How much is it? One person hospitality. So it'd be like lounge in the I would go, Lord, you'd be like, okay, there's plenty of people around us. Was it not? Because curry's fundamentally a posh, it's a spicy stew, isn't it? If you look at it like that. You went there for the year 2005-6, where I took William Swan down there with the boys from the West down there, Boys Steve. Swanee loved it. Yeah, it was hot. But it was great. No, that's just saying, I think, I can't remember. So we stayed at breakfast on the hill before we walked down to go. That's where I remember, and then on the beach front here, bar. You notice that they've got food, coffee, coming back and as well. Oh, is it? So it's a bit short. I like Tempe Road. You go down. It's not geared up for it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful town, but it's not, because it's so seasonal. As in, this is when we're busy. This is when we're not. I don't think companies are geared to take time going right. We're going to make sure it's nice all year round. Somewhere. Yeah. Seafood, like a crab sandwich, and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not. Yeah. 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 We go to Bluestone every year, so we go and do it with the kids. The week before we go back to school. The week before that, we make a place in South France. So we've got 2 places on that. So we've got, I'll show you something. This is his. So this thing next door to that, so we can stay with him or next. We've got another house next door. I think old villa, but it's still similar. So we've got the so the problem with this is cuts used all the time off work. It's just the price of the cuts and like some of the people and all that stuff. So remember that when you have it built. Back out. So we get this practice business with our company, right? So our collection feel about hungry. Yeah. It does lead to like so you can like buy subscription and tell them. The beach area, pool area and stuff is like, you've got that people in there. It's lovely though. It's just found himself. Yeah, it's lovely stuff. And he does, he looks at it. It's just we can't. But she said I'll just go with kids. But it's, you'll probably be a bit more than you've got kids on your own. Yeah. Well, he's got a squad. So he's got a squad down there, and they're very polite. So he's just saying, basically saying to me, he's asking. So he's out lunch with Scott. So that's one of his little Bella. So he's got a number of like friends down there, down to two of his boys while they're out for lunch. So they've got a squad down there for sure. We'll look after the kids.
Well trained person.
So we've got. I think I will go. I will if the missus comes here. I'll oh no, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. It's an on runner. Did we get fed in water? So all we're going to you might be like 35 over to each other. 40, 35, 40. Wasn't nice to lose. Lunch at 12:30, we say, yeah? Could be down at 1, could be.
So, yeah, I'll see when
Yeah. Next one's good. Late 40s maybe. Well, probably going to get some balls.
Well, hello again, and welcome back to our live stream coverage of this one-day cup match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, the first one of the season. A new competition and lots to look forward to, and I have some good news to report. That play is due to get underway in about 5 minutes' time at 1 o'clock here at Sophia Gardens. Play was due to start at 11, but there has been some wet weather around in South Wales this morning, and so that led to a delay. And I'm glad to report that the toss has happened now, and I can tell you that Gloucestershire, the visitors, won the toss, and they have chosen to bowl. So it will be Glamorgan who bat first here. Grey, misty, murky conditions. And but the good news is that we're getting ready to go. And I can give you some team news as well. So opening the batting for Glamorgan, I think we're expecting it to be Eddie Byram and Will Smale. I'm going to run through the rest of the team for you as well. Then Kieran Carlson, the captain, batting at 3. Then Asa Tribe, Billy Root, Ben Kellaway, Dan Douthwaite, Tim van der Houten, Andy Gorvin and Jamie McElroy. And for Gloucestershire, well, it's Miles Hammond, overseas player Cameron Bancroft, Ollie Price, James Bracey, the keeper, then Ben Charlesworth, Jack Taylor, the captain, Graham Van Buren, Zaman Akhtar, Josh Shaw, Ajit Singh Dale and Dom Goodman.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a non-starter here. Looks like the head groundsman Morgan had a chat with the umpires. It looks like we might have a further delay. So it looks like the ground staff are bringing on the large cover. So we might have a bit more of a delay here.
Well, that's got good news. That's not good news. That's the voice of Mike Powell, former Glamorgan batter, who's alongside me this afternoon. And just as we were getting ready to go, there you can see players just paused on the boundary's edge as the umpires slowly walk out into the middle. And yet, the bad news is there must be a bit of rain falling now. It's pretty light, hard to see with the naked eye, but the stumps have been removed and preparations are being made for the hover cover to come out down there from the end nearest the river here at Sophia Gardens. So that's disappointing.
General rule down here, if you can't see the hill up towards Pontypridd, which is right over the back of the main pavilion, so it usually rains on its way, and that's filled in up over towards that way. So yeah, we've got a little bit more rain than was expected. So yeah, we've got a bit of a delayed start here. Filling in here as we speak.
Yeah, and you can see the rain now. You can definitely see the rain with a naked eye. It is blowing in from, as Mike was describing, blowing. I think that's from northwest, isn't it? From we can just see to our left up there into the mountains, just into the foot of the Rhondda Valley, and as the sound of the hover covers firing up, looks like we are going to have a delayed start. So that's a shame. The match had been reduced to 38 overs a side, but that may be recalculated again now, given that the start will be delayed. It's just the hover cover coming on, so I don't know if that means they're going to try and cover larger areas of the pitch, or just hoping they're actually going to cover the pitch itself just quickly in the hope this blows through. But disappointing here. A little bit of rain around. I think the forecast all day is for overcast conditions and a low chance of rain. The forecast I saw were placing it at about 20 or 30%. Unfortunately, it seems that we're getting that 20% now. Not raining hard, but just, I think, a bit of a thin mist in the air. A few brollies up in the crowd.
We are quite. There is a little bit of wind out there, which is great. That pushes the rain across, and it has seen a little bit of stop-start. This rain, we haven't really had a heavy downpour. It's just that sort of mizzle that's in the air, isn't it?
Yeah.
The crowd that is here. Sorry, Ash. The crowd is here. Some have brought their brollies and come prepared. Some are moving for cover. I think we will get some play. It's just going to be delayed for a short period.
Certainly have been some bright smells this morning, and the floodlights are on as well, boosting things a little bit. So light won't be an issue. It's just this rain that we have to wait for, contend with. So I guess probably the best thing for us to do is just to love you and leave you again for a few minutes' time while we work out what's happening. So the story here is we were due to get underway at 1 o'clock, but literally as the umpires came down the steps and Glamorgan's opening pair were walking down and stood on the boundary's edge, the rain started falling again, and so that means that the 1 o'clock start won't happen. We hope it'll only be delayed briefly for this match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, the first one in the one-day cup this year. Gloucestershire had won the toss and have elected to bowl, and so it's Glamorgan who will be batting first, as you can see on the screen there on the right of your picture. But we wait and see. So as the groundsman unfurl the cover again, we're going to say goodbye just for now, but stay tuned. If you're at work or at home today, just keep us up on your computer, and we hope we'll be able to bring you some better news in a few minutes' time. So for now, goodbye, and we'll speak to you in a few minutes.
Pardon? All good, mate. All good. What's the chance? Full flow. I can't give me this. What's going on? I'm not saying something wrong with them. 20 minutes or I think that's good for everyone.
Anyway, I mean, because it's wrong. People like horse racing country or something. Oh, what a shame. Yeah. I always look at the tree.
Yeah, it's over the back. Yeah. Are you doing the first and the second? Neat. Sir?
You go on the second one.
Yeah. I can't do that, but I'm doing one at 14 or something like that.
That's the Yorkshire one. As long as the first one.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 31st.
How long is that? It's just they used to have a large
Glamorgan lost Colin Ingram at the moment. Colin Ingram has been drafted in to be a Northern supercharger. How long for we know? Leeds franchises last minute cover. Odds nature of domestic cricket at the moment. Also without Chris Cook and Mason Craig, both of them today away to Manchester Originals. They were also Samuel Peace, Hamilton injury, James Harris, Paul injury, and St.
think James, he's joining us.
It's a try, the 20-year-old Jersey 93 warm match against Gloucestershire.
Literally, as you said. I literally said, it's both joining us.
Sorry, I'm in the corner looking at Sophie.
Literally, the second before said,
Tim van der Hoogten, Andy Glamorgan,
I mean, obviously I was planning this.
three youngsters missing a Emmett Sport, and they'll be disappointed if they
well, how long was Lloyd? Half hour?
Cameron Hill is another massive keeper. And the young team of Ben Morris. So, those are the teams. Unfortunately, we cannot bring you any action.
What sort of team is that?
So twice from across
Why did Lavishing gone home? So that was it. It was just as Tom's crap, so don't play it.
Well, I think it's a case of what you get on honest players. Say, we had a chat the other night, obviously to see about once we're out of that comp, I think it's like, so it's a try.
Is he back for chance or not?
So if you're just joining us, Gloucestershire have won the toss. Glamorgan will pass the ball. Match 38 overs started. It is now raining. Floodlights are on. Further sheeting is being brought onto the square as we speak.
No, I'm one of that five best players.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's sort of
From FC Vaughan, Kenneth Davis, who is here, and working hard for his money, and myself, Nick Lowe.
Teams on, for argument's sake, but I don't know, say someone else said, right, we want similar sort of stuff, but we want more, but
I can't that much for us, because it's like,
so think this argument like, teams £1 million a year, Aussie, for argument's sake, right? Yeah, right, 50 grand, peace of mind, expect to lend pretty low. Yeah, this is exactly it. So what Is it? Yeah. Somewhere is that right? Your investment will be zero. So once you've got it, you step on. I mean, 10 years later, you sell it, you've got £500,000 after taxes. Oh, yeah, they said, yeah?
I'm running flat.
Right.
Flat, like,
Yes, you did.
so I kept that. Running flat. What's happening was five.
Oh, you didn't buy London?
Not initially. Not initially. I couldn't. It was like financially struggling. But then managed to save across the price of the
It's 12 months rent or 6 months rent. So they took your in London, the club, you rented that 12 months. The club didn't have it for us.
they had they owned it.
Oh, right.
They owned it, so I was paying them rent. Wow.
Preferential rent.
First year.
Brilliant. So what's your view?
But it worked all right. They were trying to.
We've got a few properties. Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon once again from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where we have some good news. Thank you very much for your patience and keeping the live stream open on your computer. And I'm glad to say that after a couple of false starts this morning, play is about to get underway here in this opening round of the One-Day Cup between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. The news here is that Gloucestershire have won the toss and have chosen to bowl. And let me just whiz you through the teams very quickly if you weren't here earlier. Well, Glamorgan have a few players missing because of 100 duty. Colin Ingram's been a late call-up to join the Northern Superchargers as an injury replacement, so he would normally have been the man anchoring the batting for Glamorgan. Well, he's with them, and of course also Chris Cook and Mason Crane on Welsh Fire duty, so that means the Glamorgan team, Eddie Byram and Will Smale opening the batting as they're about to head out onto the pitch now. Then it will be Kieran Carlson, Asa Tribe coming in after an excellent debut on Sunday. Then Billy Root and Ben Kellaway. And then the bowlers Dan Douthwaite, Tim van der Gooten, Andy Gorvin and Jamie McElroy. And as for Gloucestershire, they also have a few players away on duty. Some with the Welsh Fire and other teams in the 100. Well, their team today, Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft, Ollie Price, James Bracey, the keeper, Ben Charlesworth and Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Zaman Akhtar, Josh Shaw, Ajit Singh Dale and Dom Goodman. So, the match has been reduced to 33 overs a side. Also, it was meant to be 50 overs at the start of the day. Been reduced a couple of times because of the rain breaks, and so now it's 33 overs a side. So 3 bowlers can bowl 7 overs, 2 can bowl 6, and there's adjustments to the power play. So the first power play is going to be 7 overs. I'm glad to say I'm joined as well for the next hour by the Glamorgan bowler James Harris, currently recuperating and recovering from an injury, and so well, that's not good for Glamorgan, it's good for us, and he can give us our insights today as Josh Shaw gets things underway with a wide. Nice to see you, James. How are things?
Yeah, good, thanks. Obviously frustrating to be missing some cricket. I've been pretty lucky through my career not to spend too much time sort of on the sidelines injured and in the gym doing rehab, but we found a little bit more of that this year, which has been frustrating. But yeah, all being well, I'll be back as soon as we possibly can, and ideally for those championship games, particularly at the back end of the year.
Well, it's great that you're here. We're looking forward to hearing your insights today as the first runs a couple for Eddie Byram. Back in the side after sort of missing the second half really of the Blast competition, had struggled for scores early on. So good opportunity for him to reset and make his mark again, remind everyone what he can do. Opening with Will Smale, who played well in the latter half of the Blast pool stages.
As Josh Shaw bowls one nearly off the wicket for a big wide. He needs to sort of find his line. He's gone wide outside off stump for the first couple and one in between on Eddie Byram's hip. Yeah, Eddie struggled for a bit of form, isn't he? I mean, like, Eddie's a fine player. We've all seen what he can do. You go through these patches sometimes as a batsman, but he'll be back to his best, and hopefully he's got a big score in him today.
Bit of pace and bounce for sure. That one got higher, I think, than Byram was expecting.
This could be a bit of a challenge early on. Obviously, that wicket's been undercover for quite a bit. There's 2 new balls in this competition, so there's a brand new ball at either end. So the balls will stay obviously newer for much longer than they would otherwise. So there could be a bit of a challenge if Gloucester bowl well here.
fended that one off well. Yeah, when they took the covers off a little bit earlier, it looked very green. But they've given the pitch a little shave since then, but still some green tinges in the middle. This was the pitch, I think, which they used for the final Blast game, which of course was a record-breaking run fest from a Glamorgan perspective. Kieran Carlson got that 135, so he'll probably be looking forward to batting on it. Half-hearted appeal, mainly from first slip, not really backed up by the bowler.
Yeah, that ball's just done a little bit there off the seam. I mean, we've definitely tried to leave, a little bit more grass on. Obviously, this wicket's in the middle of the square. Definitely more pace and carry, and these ones right in the middle. And with a bit of grass on it, you'd hope to see it dipping through a bit more than perhaps we've had in some of the 4-day games so far this year.
A couple of extra balls to be bowled because of those 2 wides at the start. It's glad to say the rain has stopped. A lot of cloud cover here. The lights are on and very overcast. But it's looking clearer away to our left where the weather tends to come in. And that's the end of the first over. 4 from it. And so when a 50-over game like this, James, is reduced to 33, what's the approach? Because that's getting closer to kind of T20 territory. It's a little bit longer, but how do you approach it as a team?
Well, I think what we've seen certainly in white ball cricket over the last few years is people are getting more and more positive. So there'd be a lot of intent anyway. I think in what would be a 50-over power play, it just means that you can go even harder, to be honest. So expect the guys to try and get off to a little bit of a flyer, having played on this wicket last week in that T20 game. As you mentioned, we know that it's going to be a pretty good surface. It was obviously high scoring in that T20 for it in a great way from a Glamorgan side of things, with Kieran obviously scoring that brilliant century and a record score. So the guys will be really trying to put some pressure on the Gloucester bowlers here and try and get off to a flyer, try and get Gloucester on the back foot and build hopefully a really big score.
This is Ajit Singh Dale from the Cathedral Road end. And some shape straight away. 2 slips in for Gloucestershire, with the ball doing something early on.
The caveat to that, obviously Friday for that T20 game was blazing sunshine late in the evening, and here we've got a very overcast day. The wicket's been under cover, 2 brand new white balls, so it'll be a bit trickier to start. You'd suggest there'd be some more movement, but I don't think that's going to stop Will Smale, who's been really positive in his role up top of the order.
Leaves the ball in the channel alone. So the first power play, 7 overs, so only 2 men allowed outside the circle.
So I know you mentioned already that Glamorgan are missing a few players and a few call-ups and a few guys away at the 100 and various things. What do you get obviously now, as you're getting in a lot of teams around the country with some of the bigger players missing and being away, there's a lot more chance for some of the younger guys, and hopefully everyone's going to see Asa Tribe continue his good form from the other day. Ben Callaway's going to get a bit more of a chance, hopefully further up the order. It's a really good opportunity for some of the guys who perhaps haven't had a huge amount of first team experience, who've been doing well in the second team, plying their trade and getting better as cricketers, to come and show it in a slightly more competitive environment, and hopefully build on what they're trying to achieve, which is a full-time place in this first team and over the near to long term.
I suppose compared to some counties, only sort of maybe 3 in both teams missing because of the 100, so I guess that means They want to take this seriously. Oh, as another one goes past the outside edge. This has been a good start from Singdale. I guess there'll be some counties who'll have, half plus of their side missing for this. So for a side like Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, who maybe got 2 or 3 missing, I guess they think, right, we've got a chance to try and win. This is a good opportunity for us to not just to blood some players, but actually, I know you want to win every competition you play in. It's professional sport, but as they have done in the past, Glamorgan have a good record in this competition. Winners in 2001.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think it actually creates a really quite nice balance. It can be really hard sometimes if you take out, the vast majority of your playing 11 and have almost a very different team. Sometimes, the vast majority of a second team. It can be quite tricky because you're going to come up against some potentially stronger teams. But having a few players missing, you don't necessarily want a whole team that's completely different. But having the ability to blood some of the second team boys, some of the younger boys who perhaps haven't had that much exposure yet at sort of first team level, it probably creates a really nice opportunity for them. So Acer Tribe can come in hopefully later in the innings at some point and back with Kieran, who's been in the first team for a while, white ball captain, doing fabulously. And he gets the opportunity then to learn from Kieran rather than effectively just playing what is a second 11 possibly, or a completely different team, all with guys who they've been playing with day in day out all season. And not necessarily having the guy with the experience at the other end to learn off. Do you mean? So that's the dynamic that this creates, and it's probably quite a beneficial one for both Glamorgan and Gloucester in that sense.
Well, that length, they're finding now, just short of a length. Just outside off stump. Looks quite hard going for the batters at the moment. Ball definitely doing a bit. I think Will Smell is still recovering down there at the non-striker's end from that little blow he took at the end of the second over. Yeah, good leave in the end.
Boys are definitely extracting a lot of movement. I know I said about there should be a bit in this wicket, but there definitely is with these 2 new balls. And that definitely changes the dynamic from a Glamorgan side. That from an opening batting perspective, you now need to kind of you're looking to assess and reassess kind of all the time, certainly the first few overs, as to what you're coming up against, and seeing as much movement as we've seen in that previous over from Singdale to Will Smell got a lot of movement and was very hard for Will Smell to try and hit and locate the ball with how much movement was going on. It means that they just might have to reassess at the start, might have to reassess what they think. From a power play perspective, you definitely don't want to be, 2-3 down in the early stages of any game of cricket, really, to put yourself on the back foot. So
this was like the first attempt at an expansive drive. Didn't connect. Eddie Barham this time. And again, an appeal, actually given a wide, so no contact.
I think first thing, there's some good carry in this pitch, which is really good to see. It's always nice when the kind of balls are flying through, certainly from a fast bowling perspective. That's something you really want to see, and I quite like it when there's a bit going on, to be honest. It's you see some T20 games, and while it's brilliant to watch the ball crash to the boundary every other ball, sometimes you want to see a little bit of proper cricket as well.
Speaks the bowler. It can be pretty hard. I think in white ball cricket, pretty tough place to be for a bowler a lot of the time these days. It's like cannon fodder, just seeing everything disappear over the fence. But some matches are like that. It's when there's a genuine contest between bat and ball. That's what everyone likes, isn't it? Really.
I think so. I think a little bit of balance. I think we've seen, in the recent times, certainly if you go back to sort of the IPL and stuff that happened in the early part of this year, where it was so one-sided towards the batsman. It kind of wasn't as entertaining. Watching the ball, not even sometimes particularly great shots, as Eddie Barham just hits one through the covers for a couple.
Yeah, nice piece of fielding. Just the 2 to Barham. He moves on to 4.
Parts of the IPL were almost farcical at times where the batsmen were getting so little of the ball. They didn't nowhere near the middle of the bat, and it was still going over the boundary for 6 on 55, 60 metre boundaries. no problem at all if the ball is careering out the ground over good sized boundaries and the batsmen are getting all of it. I mean, that's incredible skills, but yeah, that felt a little bit farcical at times. So to see the ball moving around and see the batters have to think and not just be able to plonk their foot down and hit through the line is sometimes quite nice.
Oh, I thought he'd nicked it. That was a very good take by Bracey. The ball seems to be doing quite a lot after it goes past the bat here as well. That looked to the naked eye like he'd caught it and had swung away and had been taken, but no contact made. Let's have a look again.
Oh, he did. It didn't carry. So he did edge it.
He did.
He edge
took it on the first
carry,
bounce.
so
Well,
it's a good take from James Bracey.
very, very good. Yeah, I was trying to work out why they weren't appealing and celebrating, and it just hasn't quite reached. Yeah. It went straight into the glove. It looked like it was a clean take. Yeah, lovely piece of work from the Gloucester keeper. And a little bit of luck for Eddie Byram. So he survives. This is tough going for the opening pair here. Ball doing a bit. From Shaw and Singdale. And he's bowled him. Fantastic delivery. And that's the first wicket. Singdale strikes, and it's Will Smale who's gone for a duck. I'm interested to see on replay what's happened here. I think it's hit leg stump. Maybe gone the other way.
It's a really good delivery from Ajit Singdale. Most of his first over went the other way off the pitch and kept beating Will Smale on the outside edge, and that one's just it's an absolute jaffer, to be honest. It's on a beautiful length, drag Will Smale forward, nip back through the gate and through the defence, and just clip the bails. It's about the perfect ball I think you're trying to bowl as a seamer, particularly on this wicket. And certainly in a white ball game, you're trying to hit that length so the batter doesn't just stick his front foot down and is able to hit through the line. The bowler's got to take a lot of credit there, I think, for a really good start to his day, as we see Kieran Carlson coming in.
Yep, the Glamorgan skipper. Last time he was out here, he was celebrating a record-breaking performance, 135 in the Blast, highest ever score by a Glamorgan player in that competition. Incredible knock it was. True 360 innings. Ball going to all parts. I think it was 8 sixes and 14 fours from the top of my head. Brilliant batting. Really thrilled the crowd on a warm summer's evening. Against a good side like Somerset as well. What an outstanding performance that was. But this feels a little bit different. Cloudy day. Ball doing plenty here. And we're just to see how the Glamorgan skipper approaches this. Been difficult for the opening pair to lay bat on ball. With the ball swinging away to the slips, and also Singdale just getting that one to jag back as well. So this will be a good test for the Glamorgan skipper. Glamorgan 7 for 1 in the 4th over. And this match reduced to 33 overs a side. And he's off the mark. Streaky. Thick inside edge down to fine leg. But gets a couple. Again, he had a little bit of luck for that record-breaking innings as well early on. And that's what you do need as a batter, especially when the ball's doing this much. So,
yeah, definitely a sign of his intent. I think he's watched the first few overs, obviously from the balcony. He's seen that there's probably a bit going on, and he's really looking like he's going to come out and be positive here and try and just change the pressure, put the pressure back on the bowlers a little bit who've been on top of the first few overs.
Yeah, interesting mindset. I know he works a lot on positive mindset, doesn't he, as well? Even works with his friend Steve Reingold on kind of psychological approaches to cricket and the mental side of the game. And yeah, interesting. Whether the ball is doing a lot, his approach is, well, I might get a good one. It's doing plenty. I may as well just come out and play. It's an interesting approach if that's the one he's taking, but certainly signs of positive intent.
Yeah, definitely. Kieran's a big talker about the game, big thinker about the game. Very kind of positive character in the way he goes about everything, and he'll be wanting to try and impose himself. I think the brilliant bit about his innings on Friday last week, which everyone's spoken so much about, was yes, his positive intent, yes, his shot making, yes, his ability to hit the ball over the boundary, but the control he looked like he had when he was out there, as everybody else looked like they were losing their heads, and that was all his doing. He was forcing the Somerset players and skipper and everybody else to kind of lose their heads as he was hitting them to all parts. It was the calmness and the control he showed, and that was really the hallmark of that innings, is that yes, there were some brilliant shots and he hit a lot of balls out the middle, but how he crafted it and where he hit each ball, and it wasn't just thrashing at each ball, it was a lot of skill involved in that.
Yeah, it was lovely to watch. Really enjoyable. Playing with maximum fluency, I guess, in the zone. Those times in your life when suddenly just everything's coming off the middle and you're playing well and you're feeling good, and yeah.
You don't get a lot of days like that.
Nope.
You really don't as a cricketer. You get good days and you get bad days and whatnot, but days where everything goes your way and it all looks easy and you play beautifully.
Another inside edge. Again, some luck for Byram this time. Thankfully for him, it was quite a thick one. Missed the stumps and rolled down to fine leg, so he picks up a single. And another good over from Singh Dale. He's had lovely control so far. 1 for 4 from his first 2 overs. Glamorgan 11 for 1. It's a bit of support in for Gloucestershire. We can hear down below. Lots of encouragement for their bowlers in the crowd. So it's Josh Shaw going to continue from the river end. Real pace and bounce again. Keeper taking that one at sort of head height, and the ball looks like it was possibly even still rising.
It's really tough here, isn't it? You're looking at the ball going past the bat and moving off the wicket. It's Glamorgan want to be positive in this power play, which is only, I think, is it 7 overs this first power play?
Oh, he's gone. Caught a second slip. Tried to pull it. Came off the edge. And Eddie Byram's gone. He's gone for 5, and that's a second wicket for Gloucestershire now. They're certainly on top in this power play. Byram trying to get things moving there. Played a more aggressive shot. Was looking to pull it. And got the edge. He's wondering how it ended up there.
That's quite an unlucky way to get out, it must be said. I mean, you don't see too many pulls come off the back of the bat and kind of end up in the hands of second slip, but probably wasn't the shortest ball in the world, and he's sort of trying to pick it up over square leg, obviously with no deep fielder out there in the square leg in the circle, but it's sort of come off the back of the bat somewhere.
It has flowed quickly above head height to Cameron Bancroft at second slip. He made the catch look very easy. Again, it's a strange one because probably the slips weren't expecting the ball to come to them either with the way he shaped up to play the shot. So, an early chance, but earlier than perhaps Glamorgan fans were hoping to see young Asa Tribe, 20-year-old batsman. In fact, correction. In fact, I think it is Asa Tribe.
That's Tom Bevan.
Is that Tom Bevan?
Yes. Tom Bevan on his way into bat.
Tom Bevan it is.
You've been sent the wrong team sheet?
Possibly.
So it must be said, Gloucester really on top here. 11 for 2 off the first 4 overs. Okay, they've gone with a slightly different batting order than to the one on the team sheet. Gloucester really on the attack, adding in the extra slip, so 3 slips to Tom Bevan. Fielder coming from extra cover, so more of a sort of first-class championship field you typically see in the first morning with that extra slip in. Gloucester really on the attack, trying to press home their advantage they've got here at the moment with this movement and trying to pick up another Glamorgan wicket.
3 slips in now. Tom Bevan was part of the Blast campaign for most of the season. Mainly used as a batter, bowled a little bit at the start, but mainly used as a batter in the end. And tricky conditions to come out in here. Definitely the ball dominating the bat at the moment. Beaten outside the off stump. Good stuff from Shaw. He's looked dangerous. And that's a wicket maiden for him. Brilliantly bowled. And Gloucestershire on top at the moment, making the best of the conditions. And this pitch with some pace and bounce. Hard balls. And this has been hard going for Glamorgan. But you'd fancy bowling on this as well, James?
Yeah, this is what you want to bowl on. I mean, some good carry, there's some good movement. I sort of mentioned 2 white balls already, so each bowler's got a new ball at each end. And it's a good toss to win, really. I think, I think the way some of the Glamorgan teamers, particularly Timmy van der Guten's been bowling, he'd have been a real handful on this early doors as well. And Glamorgan batters just need to find themselves a way to get to a score, a competitive score, really. And that's what the 2 batters in the middle will be trying to work out now is, what can we get to? How can we build a platform so that we can, make a charge slightly later in the innings when these balls get older? So they want to keep scoring runs, try not to sustain too much damage in terms of wickets, and build an innings here to try and reverse the pressure on Gloucestershire, who were obviously on top in the early stages of this game.
And 2 balls in play, 1 from each end as well here. So, and I guess that means the ball stays a little bit harder for longer. So, again, on target and falls over as well there in his follow through. Not sure what happened. Just slipped in the foothold. Goes back and checks it.
Yeah, it does. So the ball will stay harder for longer. It's kind of changed the game. It's changed white ball cricket a lot. I mean, the days of 1 white ball you'd seen, a couple of decades ago, you'd have seen some of the great seam bowlers, great Pakistani seam bowlers. As that white ball gets old and sort of discoloured, you'd see them scratching it and getting it to reverse swing with incredible amounts of skill at the back end of the innings, and that's sort of disappeared now in favour of 2 white balls and more movement up top, in if the conditions suffice. I mean, we saw some massive scores in the competition yesterday on a more of a sunny day across the country, and perhaps more conditions conducive to batting in various parts, but it's definitely a bowling or time to bowl, I suppose, at this early stage of this game.
Yeah, having to battle here, Tom Bevan. It's faced 6 balls, still hasn't got off the mark.
And sometimes you've got to accept, right? So from a batting perspective now, Glamorgan side, you've got to accept the conditions are tough. And it's a case of, it's often a problem, it's very much a problem-solving game, and how can we get the best out of the situation we find ourselves in? So Glamorgan need to score as many runs as they can across the innings and set Gloucestershire's highest score they can, and the two batters in the middle right now will be working out the best way they think to try and achieve that.
Good shot, cut away. And that's the first boundary. Lovely shot, cut behind point by Tom Bevan. That's a great way to get off the mark.
It's not often you'll say that in a white ball game where it's taken the best part of 6 overs for the first boundary, but a little bit short from Ajit Singh Dale, but Tom Bevan's just rocked onto the back foot and put it away beautifully. He's a man who will be looking to make an impression in this competition, getting a chance to bat at 4. He'll be wanting to score a lot of runs, obviously scoring 100. Was that 2 years ago now in Neath when he made his debut? Was that a couple of years ago? I think it probably was. He'd be looking to have a big 50 over competition with the bat.
Good comeback. There's big appeal. Not out, says the umpire, to the relief of Tom Bevan. And so 5 off the over. 6 overs gone. Glamorgan 16 for 2 and having to work hard here. The ball's been doing plenty from both ends. Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale. Eddie Barham and Will Smell are the two to have gone. So attacking still Gloucestershire, 2 slips in. Ring of 3 in the covers. And there's 4 more. Almost a replica shot of the one that Tom Bevan played in the previous over. And this time Kieran Carlson is the beneficiary.
Just a bit short, probably a little bit wide as well. The Gloucester bowlers have clearly come out with a plan to try and hit the wicket as hard as they can, so they've sort of erred perhaps a little bit more on the short side. They haven't bowled anything particularly full of late. But that one just giving a bit of width to Kieran is never a good plan, to be honest. He tends to pounce on those pretty quickly. As he tried to do with that one, they just nipped back and sort of cut him in half, but there's definitely a lot of movement out there.
Yeah, you can see he was Carlson there. Had a nod and a smile back to the bowler as the ball moved around and ended up cramping him up a little bit. That's a good shot to keep the strike rotating. If you can run it down to third man. I want to keep doing that, even if the bowling's good, not get stuck at one end. Always feels better when the batters are changing ends regularly. That's well fielded. It was a nice looking cover drive from Tom Bevan. So this is the final over of the power play. Just 2 balls left to bowl in it. And after this point it means that Gloucestershire, if they want to, can put another couple of fielders back out on the boundary. At this point they've only been using one really. In fact they've got 2 men out, a third man and fine leg. As a wide is called. 1 more to the total. Been a few wides early on. What has been excellent bowling. I don't know whether that's just trying to control the swing a little bit, or I'm not sure that one didn't really do much.
Got to be aggrieved at that one, I think, if you're a bowler. I'm not sure that was. I thought that just got quite nicely inside that little line that acts as a guide for the umpire, but I'm not sure there's a need here to do too much, really, from a Gloucestershire perspective. You could talk about sort of being able to put the field back. I'm not sure that they will too much. I think that while they're still on top in this game, they'll try and almost carry on going, to be honest, and try and force Glamorgan's hand to try and make the play. If if they run in and hit a length with a little bit of movement and a couple of slips, it's probably a pretty good blueprint to continue with so far.
Yeah, fair point. Why give them easy single options when at the moment run scoring is quite difficult? Finding it hard to penetrate the ring of fielders on the offside at the moment. And good finish to the over. So at the end of the power play, Glamorgan 22 for 2, finding progress pretty difficult. Some excellent bowling from Ajit Singhdale and Josh Shaw. Kept things very tight, a wicket apiece. And well, Glamorgan will be relieved that they didn't lose any more than just the 2. And they'll just be trying to build themselves a platform now.
The umpire has signalled the end of the first power.
Looks like we're going to see no change in... Oh, we are. We're going to see 1. Okay, so the field stays pretty much exactly the same for Singhdale, apart from square leg. Square leg is going to go back to the boundary, so it's a big gap in the ring on the onside, but with this movement they're going to continue more or less business as normal and try and just hit a good length here.
So it feels much brighter now here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Still pretty much complete cloud cover, but it feels lighter. Being helped a little bit by the fact the floodlights are on too, so it probably feels a little bit brighter inside the ground than it would otherwise do. Carlson again looking to try and run that down through the third man area. Doesn't make contact this time.
So the hope here from the Glamorgan side, if these balls just start to soften up a little bit more, makes it a little bit easier to bat, makes the movement isn't quite as drastic or quite as sharp. Should hopefully allow them to be able to trust the ball and the line and the wicket a little bit more and give them more options to score.
And that's 4 wides or 5 wides. Shot down the leg side. Don't think it made contact with anything and was hit the boundary boards in a flash. The keeper didn't have any chance with that one.
No, it was just a little bit straight, wasn't it? It nipped as well. It was a bit too straight and then nipped further down the leg side, and James Bracey was nowhere near really having a chance to get it. James Bracey got a cap on.
Yes.
Which is interesting. You don't normally see...
Oof, that's a great ball. Big appeal. Concerted appeal. They think this is out, but importantly, the umpire doesn't. Cut him in half, that delivery from Ajit Singhdale. Nasty delivery. Jagged right back and must have gone over the stumps. This time Bracey did collect it well. Let's have a look.
No.
Maybe just brushed the trouser on the way through. Well, riding his luck here, Kieran Carlson, at the moment. Oh, nasty delivery, that one. But the Glamorgan skipper survives. Being given a real test here by this opening pair. And again, Ajit Singhdale right on the money again.
It's been a pretty good opening spell actually from Singhdale. He hasn't given too much away. Obviously
Nope.
those 5 wides will hurt his figures a little bit, but he'll be pretty happy, I think, with his start. He's hitting the bat nicely, hitting a really good length, extracting plenty of movement, and he's made it really hard for the Glamorgan boys to score too much.
Yeah, they've beaten the bat a lot. So just those 5 wides off the over. Apart from that, it was challenging. Nothing to hit at all for Kieran Carlson. And he rode his luck a little bit, but importantly, he's still there. So 27 for 2 after 8 of the 33 overs. And it looks like we're going to have a bowling change. So Josh Shaw is off, and Dom Goodman replaces him. Tall right hand. Certainly been very favourable conditions for the fast bowlers so far. Getting plenty of bounce, and the ball zipped through to the keeper. So still persisting with 2 slips here, Gloucestershire. They're all attack. And straight away a big appeal, and he's gone! Goodman makes the breakthrough straight away. And it's Bevan who's gone. LBW. And it's an inspired bowling change, and Dom Goodman makes the breakthrough straight away. Fast and straight. Not too many complaints about that, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's a really good start from Dom Goodman. He's right on the money. He's just nipped back and beat the inside edge of Tom Bevan, who has been a judge WW. And Glamorgan just starting to find themselves in a little bit of trouble now. Obviously, they haven't been able to get too many runs on the board so far, and obviously that being the 3rd wicket. Gloucestershire definitely on top of this game. We're going to see, a good amount more seam bowled in these next few overs, I think. And it's very much like a sort of 4-day white sort of red ball start to a game so far. There's been plenty of movement. Batters haven't been able to get too many away. And
so Billy Root, the new batsman. Didn't feature much, if at all. I don't know if in the Blast competition. So playing some cricket for the second team. So he'll be looking forward to this. Chance to get out there, show what he can do. So we've had 1 ball from Dom Goodman. It was very, very good. Struck with his first ball. And Root takes a couple of steps down straight away. Gets to the pitch. Timed it quite well. And well enough to reach the boundary. Well, that's a confident start from Billy Root. Didn't hit it particularly hard, just got there, made good contact with it, and timed it well enough to get to the boundary.
yeah, he did. Width is one of the things Billy really loves, and I think that he's come out with a little positive, a little shimmy down the pitch, giving a bit of width and sort of put it away. He's going to look to try and just change the tempo, I think, of what's happening at the moment. Obviously, Gloucestershire very much on top in the early stages of this game, and he likes being busy when he comes in and in the middle order, and people need to be when they come in the middle order in white ball cricket, and he's going to try and do something similar right here and just keep the board, I think, at least while this ball's still moving around a little bit, and it's sort of in that in-between stage between sort of brand new and getting slightly older and easy to face, that he's going to try and just push things along a little bit.
Well, it does feel like it needs a momentum swing from a Glamorgan perspective. Gloucestershire very happy, I imagine, with the way things are going on. It feels like they're in control. They're the ones who are dictating terms at the moment. And it's up to this pair, Carlson and Root, to see if they can just change the narrative a little bit. get themselves on the front foot. Again, takes a shuffle down and runs a quick single. That all helps. It's that sense of moving things along. Not content just to stand there and be bowled at, as Billy Root. So he's made an immediate impact in how things feel.
But these are two Glamorgan's, most experienced batters, I suppose, top order batters playing in this team today. So, you've seen the tempo change from Billy already. He's looking to be busy. He's looking to use his feet, try and get down the pitch, not let the bowler settle too much at him. And then as Dom Goodman bowls a wide, that creates the other problem as well of bowling to a left-right hand sort of combination. He hasn't bowled two balls really, or been able to bowl two balls consecutively at the same batter in this over, which causes this, and you get the odd wide. As you try and adjust as a bowler sometimes. And the whole feel around just the innings in the last couple of balls with Billy coming in, taking a couple of singles, hitting a boundary just changes the sort of dynamic as Dom Goodman finishes well with a ball back of a length to Kieran.
Yeah, eventful over. A wicket and 8 runs. Good to see some of the regulars in. We had to wait patiently for a couple of hours for any play this morning, but their patience has been rewarded. Quite pleasant out there, shirt sleeve order, just a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. It's overcast, but not cold. And nice conditions, I think, to bowl in. The overcast conditions and the bit of moisture around. The ball has definitely been doing a bit early on. It's been hard going for Glamorgan, and they're 3 down. Byram, Smale and Bevan are the men out. And Billy Root thinks about a quick single, trying to run that down to third man, but the second slip, Cameron Bancroft moved quickly to his left. He managed to grab it, made them think twice. No way Kieran Carlson was going to take a risk there. Not a risk that big anyway at this stage of the match. So Singdale 1 for 14 so far from his 4 overs. Been an excellent spell. Got the ball moving back into the right-hander, so maybe he should be able to take it away from the left-hander. And Root again using that shot very effectively. Down to third man to keep the strike rotating. So the men out. Eddie Byram caught Bancroft bowled short for 5. Will Smale was bowled for a duck by Singdale, and then with the first ball of Goodman's over, Tom Bevan was out LBW. So they're the 3 men gone on the Glamorgan card so far. Carlson doesn't make contact with an attempted pull shot. It looked like he may have half backed out of this.
It might have just bounced him a little bit as well. Skipped through a little bit quicker perhaps than he was thinking. Obviously with this being a 33 over game, the bowlers' overs have sort of been cut down now, so maximum 7?
Maximum 7. I think 3 can bowl 7, 2 can bowl 6.
So Singdale into his 5th. Obviously bowling nicely, and Gloucestershire on top. They're hunting that extra wicket and getting him through an extra over or 2 than he might otherwise normally.
You'd be surprised if he doesn't go straight through, would you?
He might well do. It depends what sort of plans they've got about the death, how much they're sort of worried about who might be bowling at the back end, and whether he feels, or whether Gloucestershire feel, the Gloucestershire skipper feels that bowling him through now will be the best option he thinks for the team. I mean, they'll be desperate for another wicket here to really stay on top and try and push further ahead of this game.
And again, Glamorgan and both batters just trying to release the pressure by just running the ball down to third man, but with the ball swinging around, that can feel like a bit of a risky game. Billy Root's done it very effectively since he's come in, but there have been a couple like that as well that have shot over the edge of the bat. There are 2 slips there waiting to gobble up anything offered in that direction. That's the shot he was hoping to play. So just 2 singles from that over. Good stuff again from Singdale. 1 for 16 from his 5 overs so far. And Glamorgan 37 for 3 after 10 overs now. So trying to get things moving, this pair. Billy Root's come in and been busy since he came out at number 5. Has been shimmying down the wicket, trying to put the bowler off their length. Some Gloucester fans in. Not far to travel, of course, just across the bridge. But enjoying their day. And as well they might, with a great start from their bowlers. Well, that's well run. 2 runs to Carlson there. So they just feel a little bit busier, these 2. Perhaps that's what they feel they have to do. If the boundaries aren't there, well, let's be busy and run the singles and the 1s and 2s. Big pull shot. And that has gone all the way. 6 from Kieran Carlson. And that's a magnificent shot.
Well, he's a man in form. Dom Goodman's banged one in with a man out at deep square and a man out of fine leg. To be honest, it might have even been a bit more of a drag down, to be honest. It wasn't quite as short as I thought, and sat up nicely, and Kieran's just deposited it over deep mid-wicket.
And straight away, a change in the field. So now putting a man out onto the cover boundary, taking one of the slips out. Perhaps they just thought that shot signalled a change in intent from Kieran Carlson. Even though they hit it to the leg side, they then put a sweeper out on the offside. So interesting. Maybe the end of the 2 slips. Although it looks like they're keeping a wide-ish slip in by the looks of things for Billy Root here, as he's playing that shot, running that shot down to third man. Goes the other side this time to fine leg, but interesting move. Ollie Price was there at a kind of a 3rd, 4th slip position, quite short. I think they're seeing Billy Root, and to a less extent Kieran Carlson, play that run down to third man shot, and they clearly think that he's hitting a few of those in the air and they might have a chance of catching him. So slightly different field for the right-handed Carlson. So just 1 slip now, and that sweeper out in the cover boundary.
Yeah, that field to Billy Root will have come from a bit of knowledge from some of the senior players in the Gloucestershire side, having played against Billy before and for a long time. And the analysts probably as well. I mean, analysts pore over everything now. You look at every ball that we play, first team, quite a lot of the second team games as well, are all sort of on camera. Every ball's logged. And the analysts...
Big edge. Just over point. Again, a bit of an escape there for Kieran Carlson. Sorry to interrupt you, James, but heart was in my mouth for a minute there as Miles Hammond stuck a hand in the air at point from a leading edge just over him.
I was just going to mention the analyst. Every county now would have an analyst poring over stats, poring over numbers, you know, seeing where the guys score their runs and trying to combat their best play, I suppose, and their best shots. And a lot of people will know and be able to see that Billy scores a lot of runs through that sort of down to third man through that sort of gully region. Full slip gully, and a lot of teams do employ that in white ball now, in 50 over games and red ball games as well.
So Zaman Akhtar, we have had a change. Zaman Akhtar is the new bowler. Goes full early on. Billy Root has timed that very nicely through mid-wicket. And I think he's going to get a boundary. Lovely shot. It was full on leg stump. And he didn't miss.
I was a bit of a gentle loosener, I think, in all honesty. Following Ajit Singh Dale, who'd been whacking the pitch really hard, hadn't bowled anything all morning or all afternoon, on that sort of length. Zaman Akhtar coming in, just bowled one into full, and on Billy's pads he's put it away beautifully for 4.
There we go, very well run. Certainly feels like there's some energy into this Glamorgan innings since Billy Root's come out there. Of course, Glamorgan passed 50 as well with that boundary. The previous ball, 54 for 3 now. And there just feels like a little bit of momentum. In fact, he's played a couple of shots and has come down the wicket and run some quick singles. That, as much as anything, feels that the Glamorgan innings is moving now.
The change of bowling's probably brought about sort of raising the run rate, I suppose. Dom Goodman's first couple of overs haven't weren't as tight as the opening pair, and Zaman Akhtar gone for a boundary first balls just allowed Glamorgan's run rate to increase a little bit. Billy's 13 off 8 as well, which has been a really positive start from him, and Kieran ticking along nicely at the other end.
Interesting decision to take Singh Dale off, as he's bowling so well. Had a couple of overs left and seemed to be really in his groove, so that was he want to hold him back for later on. At a point when they were really attacking, had 2 slips in. It's an interesting dilemma that the captain had, maybe to bowl him through and see if he could nick another couple of wickets.
Yeah, I'd guess. I think I've seen him do quite a bit of death bowling, and I imagine he'd be earmarked for at least a couple of overs at the back end. And captains always like to have a little bit of safety sometimes with their sort of favourite death bowler at the back end of the innings, so that was probably the decision that was taken.
Singh Dale's 1 for 16 from his 5 overs. It's been good from him and Shaw, the opening attack. A bit loose from Akhtar. Another wide. They have bowled a few. Perhaps the only sort of blot on the copybook of the bowlers. But I suppose when the ball is swinging a little bit, and now they're having to contend with a right-left partnership as well. Just adds an extra challenge. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed route. That's where he wanted it, the last ball. Zoning in on the stumps. So 7 from that over at the end of the 12th. Glamorgan 56 for 3. Of course, 33 overs aside. If you've just joined us, this game reduced from 50 overs to 33 overs because of some rain around this morning. So play didn't get underway until 1:45. And in cloudy conditions, it's certainly been the bowler's day so far, but just signs of a Glamorgan recovery here. And Carlson survives again. Maybe going down leg. It was a big appeal. Maybe he seemed to keep low by the way it beat him. Missing leg almost certainly. Carlson making sure that he stood well outside leg stump just to see if he could persuade the umpire not to lift the finger, which he managed to do so successfully.
To be fair, I'm not sure that was it in the second set of stumps, to be honest. I was going miles down leg side. Still a little bit of movement out there as Kieran tucks one in mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, it's not doing what it was, but still enough to take the edge or cause a few problems to the batter?
Just starts to get easier unless the movement starts to get less and less, happens a little bit more slowly just as the balls get a little bit older.
Yeah, well, these two seem to be ticking along quite well now. They put on 30 together. As Root pulls into the acres of wide open space on the leg side. It was in the air, but it didn't matter. It landed well short of Ben Charlesworth coming in, sweeping on the boundary down there in front of the main stand. Oh, that's a good ball. Pace and bounce from Goodman.
It's a brilliant delivery. I mean, he's a really tall man, Don Goodman. And the beauty, the benefit of the height is you can extract that sort of bounce at times.
Goes Fuller.
It's the beginnings of a really good partnership building as well.
Yep.
With 31. Obviously, as I mentioned, these are the two most experienced Glamorgan batters in this team, and they've handled this tricky little period that they've had so far really well, and I know they'll be looking to try and build a big partnership and set up the likes of Ben Callaway and Dan Douthwaite later in the innings.
And running the first one very hard, thinking about two. Carson's coming back. Well, that's brilliantly run. Brilliantly run, incredible intent. Really sprinted the first. Even though the ball's just barely gone outside the 30-yard circle, he was back for two in a shot. And it's those little things that some just give you the feel of an innings that's taking shape, that momentum is building.
Definitely, and it annoys you as a bowler. You know, you feel like a ball that just gets knocked in the leg side probably doesn't deserve to go for two, but a bit of scampering from the batters and they get back quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, the running of these two has certainly been a feature of this partnership so far. Lots of quick singles taken, turning comfortable ones into quick twos. Zaman Akhtar is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. And Root has a swing of that one. Maybe kept it a little bit low, I think. Gloucestershire keeping that sort of galley position. It's a catching position for when Billy Root tries to chop it down to third man. It's kind of a bit shorter than a backward point. It's definitely catching. Oh, that's very wide. Well, that's maybe the widest of the wides we've had so far. And it's worth 5 to the Glamorgan total. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander and sprayed it down the leg side, and with the angle generated, even a diving brace, he had no chance to get a glove on that one.
He's really missed the mark there, Zaman Akhtar. I've got a feeling he's trying to push it across Billy Root, but he's almost like a classic in golf where you sort of double cross yourself and drag it. He's dragged that miles down the leg side to the left-hander, and it's give James Bracey absolutely no chance, and it's gone for another 5 wide. So as much as this has been a good start, this partnership, the Ill Discipline, a little bit of the Gloucestershire bowlers, you've got 16 extras now already out of not a massive score.
It's a good comeback. Still keeping the slip in with Gloucestershire, even though there's signs of revival. Certainly things are not getting away from them, I'd say they still feel they've got a measure of control at the moment. The odd ball is going to the boundary, but certainly not a flurry of them. So Root, runner ball 14 so far. Beaten again. .65 for 3 on an overcast afternoon here in Cardiff in South Wales. Hoping the rain stays away. Things look reasonably clear over to our left from where the weather tends to blow in from. So certainly no sign of rain up there at the moment, but we cross our fingers as Akhtar bowls another wide. Well, they've got to be careful here, Gloucestershire. They definitely put themselves in a good position, and they just don't want this sense of pressure to start fading away, and these wides don't help. Still in a good position, but run rate just short of 5 for Glamorgan. And there's that shot that the catch is in for. Root did play it down. The fielder managed to get a hand on. And so, a couple of balls to go at the end of this over because of the wides. Another quick single, comfortably home. So James, now they seem to have a bit of a platform here. The panic stations that could have happened as the wickets were tumbling earlier, that seems to have been averted, had gone away. So how do you see the lie of the land at the moment?
Well, it's got to be said that it's a nice partnership building here between Kieran and Billy. The Gloucester change bowlers haven't quite managed to execute the same amount of pressure that the opening pair did. Scoring's looking like it's getting a little bit easier, but there's still a bit of movement. Any balls in a good length, but yeah, Glamorgan with this partnership building and hopefully try and build a really good score here through the next hour and a half or so and set Gloucester something challenging later in the day.
So, at the end of the 14th over of this 33 overs a side match, Glamorgan 70 for 3. We're going to have a change in the commentary box as well, as James Harris will leave us now. And I'm going to be joined now by the former Glamorgan batter, Mike Powell, who's had the chance for an extended lunch, so he'll be in fine form, I know. So Don Goodman to continue. As Carson drives off the outside edge. Just a single. And Carlson now up to 28 from 32 balls, so ticking along nicely now. Felt quite hard going early on, but definitely things seem to have calmed down. What have you made of it, Mike?
Yeah, afternoon, Ash. Yeah, Gloucester got off to a really good start with those 3 quick wickets. I was watching from the box next to actually I was watching right over the bowler's arm. And what I can see, there is a little bit in the wicket, and they used that quite nicely. There's a little bit of seam. It's the same wicket that was used the other night in the T20 game against Somerset. So it looks good pace. Ball's going through quite nice, and there's a little bit of movement off the seam early on. That'll die down as these white balls get older.
So Billy Root on strike now. Again, as he has done in this innings, just taking a couple of steps down the pitch, trying to unsettle the bowler, knock him off his length.
Yeah, so what Billy Root and Kieran Carlson have done very well. They've run really well between the wicket. They've not just relied on, the lusty blows that would take place in a T20 blast on this wicket the other night. They've actually nudged and nurdled and run really well. So they brought a different style today.
Pulls, but straight to the man. It's just a single. Nice looking shot. Root moves on to 18.
But what I will say, it's a really good start from Gloucester, 3 wickets. Still disciplined. 17 extras, almost a quarter of their runs have come through as they've given a quarter of the runs to Glamorgan. Wides.
Yeah, it's been a curious mix because it's been so good and so much of the bowling. Beat the bat loads of times early on, but there has just been a high proportion of wides.
Here we are.
That's a thick edge from Carlson. With no slips in place now, that one goes for 4.
Yeah, Goodman a little bit short, a little bit wide, and he gives, with no slips in place, he gives Kieran Carlson the opportunity to throw his arms at him, which he did. Didn't go where he wanted it to go, a little bit finer than he'd wish, but the result's all the same where he was after 4 runs. Yeah, but I just think it's the kind of wicket where I think there is an area, I think there's enough bounce, there's enough sea movement, there's enough in there for the bowler to hone in and be disciplined. I think it'll be very difficult for batters.
Oh, and he's gone. This time, Goodman finds the edge, and that's the big wicket that Gloucestershire wanted. It's the captain, Kieran Carlson. He was just getting going, but he's been caught behind for 32. And just as Glamorgan were rebuilding into this game, an important wicket for Goodman. Caught by Bracey.
Carlson caught James Bracey for Don Goodman for 32.
And Glamorgan's 76 for 4 now.
Yeah, very similar shot. He picked 4 runs off the previous delivery. He'd be disappointed with that, Kieran Carlson. The form easy and he'd be disappointed, but he was looking very easy for him, picking up the singles, the odd pull in there, the odd cut. Looked in good form, as you would be on the back end of 130 in a T20 Blast game, but that's a huge wicket for Gloucester. 76 for 4.
So 49 partnership between Root and Carlson. Certainly really helped Glamorgan to certainly get into this game off. They were really struggling early on, and he took 22 from the power play of 7 overs.
Batter, Ben Kellaway.
So new batter, Ben Kellaway, an all-rounder, will bowl some spin as well. Played in the Blast, and we've seen that he can strike the ball really well. Talented player.
I think that's what we have seen. Yeah, we've seen snippets of him in the T20. With the batting lineup, Glamorgan are lucky enough to have. He's had very little opportunity coming in 7 and 8 in the T20 Blast, but he's got 18 overs here, so Ben Kellaway's got plenty of time to build an innings and show his skills.
So 33 overs aside. So we're not quite at the halfway stage yet. Glamorgan going at just over 5 and over. So it's been a decent recovery, really. They've battled well to give themselves a platform. I guess they were hoping that Carlson might be able to go on for a little bit longer than he did. But actually, if anyone who's given momentum to the innings is Billy Root, just with his busyness, the singles, the running, the strike rate. He's 18 from 20 so far. And Gloucestershire turned to spin for the first time. Graham Van Buren. So the seamers have certainly enjoyed the conditions. See how spin goes.
Yeah, 'cause it's quite green, this wicket, in the middle of it. It's obviously not where Van Buren is aiming, but on that it is an old wicket. It's a used wicket, so it might be enough rough in there. Might be a little bit of turn, but obviously in one-day format, he won't be throwing the ball too high up in the air. He'll be pushing it through and trying to pick up an LBW or maybe a caught behind.
An appeal from the crowd, I think, for a group of vocal Gloucestershire supporters down below us here, magnifying every appeal. That one was never in with a shout. as Callaway gets off the mark. He's going to come back for 2. Well run. And that was certainly a feature, as you said, Mike, of the last partnership, just running quickly, getting some momentum into the innings that way without necessarily hitting the ball to the boundary. He did that well. Nice start from Callaway. Just hit the middle of the bat a couple of times. Just for singles, but
yeah, just on that, Ash, it's just you say the fact that Root's come in and he has been busy and he's rotated the strike with a left-right-hand combination that was with Carlson and still is out there with Callaway. It does make life a bit more difficult for the bowlers, you know, changing their line, changing their length, the height of batsmen. It confuses them, and with that creates opportunity to score runs off wayward balls.
so this game does feel like it's in the balance. Gloucestershire certainly won the early exchanges. There's been something of a recovery for Glamorgan. Carlson and Root putting on that 49 partnership. But now quite a lot of rest, do you think, with Callaway and Root? See how far they can take this themselves.
Yeah, Goodman in the right to put his slip back in place. The new batsman Callaway. I think that's a good option. A couple of nicks the previous over. One went for 4. The other one ended up in the keeper's gloves. So yeah, good captaincy.
Goodman's been a little bit expensive. On for 30 from his 4 overs, but it's those 2 wickets, which is the big contribution that he's made. Important wickets too. He struck the first ball and then has removed the captain Carlson as well. And he's been right on target this over. Nothing for Ben Callaway to get hold of. So 80 for 4.
Yeah, the 4 dots so far. The pressure does build. I know it's a longer form than the T20, but this is a shortened form of 50 over, with overs have been slashed. So, you know, these dot balls do add up. Pressure does mount on the batsman.
Sweeper out, that'll only be worth 1.
If I could be slightly critical on this Gloucester bowling attack so far, this 60, what's how many overs we had? 17 on the end of this ball, 17 overs so far. I think they could have bowled slightly fuller. I think we haven't many balls haven't been hit down the ground, but a couple of pulls, quite a lot of cuts, a lot of balls being run down to third man. I think possibly you could argue they could have been a couple of foot fuller.
As an edge, nicely played. I think it was deliberate from Billy Root, maybe a little bit thinner than he was expecting, but that's gone for 4. And so a welcome boundary at the end of the 16th over.
Highly skillful shot from Billy Root. They're just Goodman creates that angle coming round the wicket, taking that ball off stump and running the ball down to third man. Highly skilled shot, fully intended. Right. Well, we've got a guest.
Well, Mike, I was going why don't you, while you're sitting next to me, do the little introduction, because this is a friend of yours.
Yes.
Why don't you do the introduction?
Well, we're lucky enough to have one of the coaching staff from Gloucester, Owen Dawkins. Grew up together, we had the same school. his father and mother taught me PE in Crickhowell High School, lucky enough. Played a lot of cricket with Owen and Abergavenny as I was coming through the system. So yeah, we've got him for a period of time. He's lucky enough to come over and have a chat. Do you want to, you can stay?
Yeah, great.
Lovely, I'll hand over.
Owen, why don't you jump in? I'll keep talking as Graham Van Buren continues.
Thanks, Mike. Nice for the introduction. Thank
Nice
you
to
very
meet
much.
you, and I'm Ash. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. How you going?
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us. Well, how's it looking for your team in the minute? You must be quite pleased.
It's interestingly poised here.
Well, that's a boundary for Billy Root. Took advantage of a bit of width there from Van Buren and has tucked that away very, very nicely.
He's good form, Billy, in this competition over the last few years. A key player for Glamorgan. That's definitely a big wicket for us to try and get now.
So you're one of the assistant coaches, is that right? And you look after the second 11 and do some batting coaching,
Yeah,
is that right?
That's my role at Gloucester. I've been here quite a while now. It's great experience coming back over the bridge and catching up against Glamorgan, but a long time at Gloucester, and it's a very enjoyable county to work for and a great place to be.
Yeah, you've been there for a while now.
18 years full time now, and a couple of years part time doing bits before that when I was based up at Lord's.
Very good. And how did you get to cross over the bridge? Because of course you grew up on this side, as Mike said.
Grew up with Mike since we were very little, and obviously then Mark Wallace and Abergavenny, and went up to the MCC in mid 90s, and from there stayed up there and ended up then coaching up there, and then we had a number of players that went onto the Gloucester staff. And when Mark Elaine was head coach on his first time round, Mark brought me in to work at Gloucester. So it was a really good environment and a great place to go in and learn my next step of my coaching with Mark there first time when he was there.
Very good. That's excellent. Of course, Mark has crossed the bridge a couple of times himself. Kind of back over now with Welsh Fire for this season, and so I guess that's why you're got a slightly different role with this team now. So what's your take so far on? Go and give us how your side Gloucester have approached this. They seem to be really on top early on.
It's bowled very well up top, very well early. Some good catches, good wickets taken, and the ball did nip around. I think it was a really good toss to win for Jack. The bowlers really showed why we wanted to bowl first, and create some good pressure. Good partnership then from Kieran and Billy, and quite a key partnership really for Glamorgan, with a lot of experience in there. That's a really big wicket for us, that, nipping Kieran out there.
Yeah.
It's a shame that in one respect Dom Goodman's come off, but it's great for Zoom to be on, because Dom and Ben Calloway were both at school together at Clifton, so they would have faced each other a bit in the nets.
There we go, lots of overlap. Friendships across the bridge and across the border. So tell me, how are Gloucestershire approaching this competition? Because you haven't lost too many players to the 100, as some counties might do.
So we've lost 3 of our senior bowlers at the moment.
Big shot. Has got enough of it, I think. Despite a valiant effort in the field there, that's 4 to Calloway.
So a great effort by Dom Goodman out in the deep there to try and retrieve that. Almost managed to pull it back from over the boundary.
Big fast bowlers throwing themselves around.
He is
different
an
game these
exceptional
days.
athlete for a big man. He's very good fielder.
Oh, that was a great effort. But just crossed the rope.
So you asked, we've lost Big Marchant Delanger, who was obviously Glamorgan in the past. He's at the Oval Invincibles. Matt Taylor, who had an outstanding T20 competition, is with the London Spirit for the start of the comp. I was very surprised for him. He didn't play last night, which I thought he would have been a starter for them, but unfortunately for him, he missed out.
Just the one from a nice looking drive from Calloway.
And then obviously David Payne here, whose T20 record speaks for itself. He's been exceptional for a long time now, and again was phenomenal in the blast for us. And those 3 guys really one major reason why we've made the quarterfinals, and great for them that they've been picked up in the 100. I was a little bit surprised a few other of our players also weren't picked up.
He's gone. Billy Root is out, and that is a big wicket. Akhtar strikes.
improved. Another great bowling change by the captain there. He's got Zaman on, and every time he seems to make a change, the lads are picking up wickets and showing great faith in what he's done there.
Yeah, 99 for 5 now, Glamorgan. And Billy Root, who'd played so nicely, had seemed to have put some momentum into this Glamorgan innings. Well, he's gone, caught behind, attempting that shot he's played successfully most of the game, looking to run it down. And I suppose that is the risk. If you don't get enough contact on it, it just shoots straight through to the keeper.
It's similar to the one he played beautifully the over before, where he's hit that boundary off Dom Goodman, but just for us a little bit more bounce on that one, and a good catch by James Bracey, who's also been in fine form with the gloves and bat of late.
Well, you say you're missing 3 of your top bowlers because of the 100, but you've clearly got a good cluster because your seamers have looked excellent today, in good conditions admittedly, but they've done their jobs really well.
Yeah, our head coach in this competition and bowling coach Mark Thorburns worked really hard with the group of bowlers we've got. There's quite a lot coming through, some good development. The lads are really starting to step up. We've also got a couple of injuries of some key bowlers, unfortunately, as well at the moment. That's starting to come back. Tom Price came back as a batter yesterday in a second team game. Hopefully he's not too far away. He's moving forward. The medical staff are doing a great job bringing him back. And then, unfortunately, we've lost Luke Charlesworth, who I'm sure would have played a part in this competition. He's out with a back injury, unfortunately for him. But we've got another young seamer, Archie Bailey, as well, who can bowl quick. We had a great net session with Glamorgan in the winter when their head coach Grant Bradburn came in here, who I know well. We had a combined net session, which was great for the lads in the winter, just to spice things up and net against different bowlers, so it wasn't just facing your own players indoors. And Archie bowled quite quick against the lads, so I know he had a few players jumping round.
Yep. Well, it's Asa Tribe.
A talented young batter that took us for a very good 100 last year in a second team game just before he got signed here.
Made his first team debut earlier this week. And got 93 off 90, I think, in a game against Wiltshire.
There's some talented batters just starting to appear on the scene down here. There's a good cluster of young players that the new coaching staff and some of the senior coaching staff here have really got developing well and starting to move forward. It'll be some interesting times ahead for the young batters they've got coming through.
And how important is the second 11 at Gloucestershire in terms of developing your players? And how do you approach it? And how do you then try to introduce those players, I guess those younger players, to give them experience in the first team?
Yes, it's always key to try and make sure that development path is clear. There's always the mix of senior players. We played it was a brilliant game yesterday for, in one respect, we had Chris Dent, obviously a very senior player playing. Joe Phillips, who's a young lad on our staff, who's also at Cardiff University, opened the batting with him, and the partnership between them was fantastic yesterday. They chased 123, none down. Chris Dent's been coming back to fitness, and he's some fine form the last couple of second team games, but the impact both his own form's had, but with the young players batting at the other end to him, the valuable experience you get when you've got senior players in and around young players for them to develop off, I think is really key.
That's the Glamorgan 100 up in the 20th over. So 100 for 5. Of course, Asa Tribe, who's just come out, is another one who's come through the Cardiff University route, UCCE, up at Cardiff Met.
I think there's quite a number of the batters here at Cardiff University, a great scheme and a good system for them, Glamorgan to use and all counties to use, but I think Glamorgan are doing it very well looking at what's there.
Tribe, born and brought up in Jersey. Really sort of played a lot, came up through the age groups there.
I think what's key with a lot of young batters, I'll wait while Graham bowls that ball, is to have that collective of young batters to really push against each other. And I know I go back a long way, but when Mike broke into the side here at Glamorgan, there was a lot of young batters in the second team, but the importance of making really big scores and not just being a batter that it gets a 60 or a 70, and the importance of them pushing against each other. And if you get that in any second team with your batters, where they're just stirring each other on, and you've got to make big scores and big scores consistently, and that really helps the development of players coming through, and then it helps your first team in the consistent performances they can get. And I think that really, in second team cricket, what you want to see is development of your own players ideally, and then you're always looking for the next best who's around and trying to bring people in, but really pushing your own. So for us, a young player in our 12s or 13s can see a pathway through, or anyone over here can see that development system working well.
Another single to Kellaway. He moves on to 15. And of course, you had a really excellent run in the competition last year in this one-day cup. Am I right in saying semi-finals was it last year?
Yeah, we did well, and then obviously disappointing to lose in the semis. We've played some good cricket in that last year. Again, as you say, we retained a lot of players. We didn't lose too many, so we had relatively experienced, as with Leicester that won it. And I think the same applies to Glamorgan when they won it a couple of years ago, that they retained experience and really quite key in the way you formulate your plans and how you try and come up in this game.
And which players would you say kind of made their breakthrough in that run you had last year? Some really good wins along the way. Until you met Leicestershire, wasn't he? Went on to win the thing. You had a big quarter-final win, didn't you, I think?
It was, quite a number of players really pushed on last year and came back strong. So James Bracey's double 100 was an exceptional innings last year, and he really kicked on. I know James has averaged over 50 in the last couple of years in this competition. Jack Taylor's been really exceptional in 50 over cricket. I think he's averaged over 60 in the last 2 years in this competition, and when you've got an experienced captain who's performing like that game in, game out.
Kellaway punches into the offside for another single. He moves on to 16.
You've got your senior players performing like that makes a big difference, and you got your young players with Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price, who again really kicked on last year, and their growth and their development was massive in this competition. But I think it really happened around a couple of those senior players that made a big impact.
So their confidence grew, their sense of that they really belonged and they were going to get big scores, and I suppose it's interesting how that competition that maybe sometimes can be thought of as the lesser competition that no one's thinking about where the eyes turn towards the 100, but actually can be really, really important in terms of how players and the county players feel about themselves and in terms of their progress.
Definitely, I completely agree. I think it's a huge part of that progression. There's some what I would say from our perspective, some very unlucky senior players that have not got picked up, and the likes of Graham Van Buren that's played a little bit in the 100 over the past couple of years, not in it, and you've got his experience, you've got the experience of Tom Smith and those guys around some of those younger players that I think you have to have good senior players to learn from and lead you, and the young players really then look to step up, and they really know what the game's about. I think it's always a great balance for any coach to find that middle ground of having your great experience along with the opportunity to develop your players, and I think this competition is brilliant for it. And we've had the likes of Miles Hammond that's again had another good year, progressing in all formats, had a bit of time in the 100 with Birmingham, and again for us he's back and he's in this setup and really showing the experience that he's gained.
Nice looking shot, it'll just be a single.
He's looking in good touch here, Ben Kellaway.
Sounding nice off his bat, isn't it?
I think he performed very well against us a few weeks ago in a second team game, Ben, and bat and ball.
Yeah, he was Glamorgan's leading wicket taker, I think, in this competition last year, Ben Kellaway.
And for him, this competition, what a great opportunity as it was last year with the ball. I'm sure he'll step up more again with the bat this year. Oh, a bit of spin out there as well for Graham. I'll be intrigued to see if Ben Kellaway does bowl both left arm and right arm in this competition, as he did against our second team the other day.
Yes, I'd heard about this, but I've not seen it in person, so I'm looking forward to that. Well, you'll have to tell me about that. Go on then. So what did he do?
So, no, he stopped halfway through the over. He's turned it away from the left-handers, and then a right-hander in, and he's just gone to left arm and spun it away from the right-handers, and then he picked up his first wicket against a lad that he was at school with at Clifton, one of our young players who went to sweep him. And
bowling with the wrong arm. I bet he loved that.
well, you definitely wouldn't tell it was the wrong arm. He's equally talented with both. He is one that bats, bowls, fields, and bowls with both arms. So he's definitely a talent that they've got here.
Well, the Ronnie O'Sullivan of cricket, perhaps. Maybe that's possibly overstating it a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Ronnie is
strengths and weaknesses.
Is the GOAT, but gosh, to be able to even get a ball down there vaguely accurately with both arms is pretty impressive.
There's many years ago, a lad Mike and I played with, Lyndon Jones did it, and we played a Wales Minor Counties a game at Lords where Lyndon bowled his first 3 before lunch. He bowled his off spin, and then his last 3 bowled left arm spin. But that was the last time I think I've seen anyone do it. Lyndon played a lot second team for Glamorgan, but a lot of Wales Minor Counties. But that was other than actually physically watching it. I've seen a couple of lads in the under-19s World Cup do it this winter.
Well, in the old days, it would have been seen as disrespectful. These days, it's just seen as talented. Oh, that's well timed.
Oh, just short.
He did hit it so hard, and it bounced awkwardly in front of Goodman. And in the end, I think it really accelerated off one of those pitches and shot through his hands. So that's a welcome boundary and a very nicely timed shot by Asa Tribe as he moves into double figures.
Although it might have gone through Goodman, I think the excellent thing was he really looked for the catch there, where certainly for us, anything that's a half chance, we very much encourage the lads to go for the opportunity and see what they can do. And I think Dom there has really made the best effort at trying to take the catch. And if you can take that catch again, that 6 down makes a big difference.
Yeah, nasty those sort of catches when they come low and hard. You're always worrying about your teeth as much as anything else as you go towards the ball.
Definitely, he was never quite getting there, but it was very wholehearted and committed effort to trying to get in, which was great.
Well, we've already seen him put in a Herculean effort down there on the boundary to try and haul in a boundary. So these two just settling in now. These batters, they've been in for a while. Partnership of 17. So they'll be glad that two wickets didn't go in quick succession.
I think from a Glamorgan perspective, it's like you say, they've settled in well here, and after seeing some of the younger players perform the other day, obviously Kieran's a senior player, but young Will Smale performing the T20 the other day.
That's a very nice looking shot. Ben Kellaway this time has timed that beautifully, and that's one of the shots of the day.
He's made that look very easy off his legs, and he beautifully balanced. I don't think it was that bad a ball, and he seems to almost hit that, timed it perfectly through the leg side. I know Mike talked about bowling a little bit fuller, but that he's really dominated that length there.
So when you come over the bridge, Owen, do you feel any hirife, any call to come back to the homeland?
It's always lovely to come back over, and obviously always a big game to play against Glamorgan. For me, I suspect it's my biggest game of the season, and very much enjoy every opportunity to get back here and see what's going on. And always, I suppose, obviously I look at all of our scores first, and then every game I watch after that is always to see how Glamorgan are going, see how both the first team and the second team, watch how their under 18s are going, and see some player development, and just to see, obviously watch all our stuff, and then always interested and always will be interested to see how the Wales age groups and the Glamorgan age groups and Glamorgan are going. I did well to get second team to get to T20 finals day the other day, and just to see that progression, which I think is always key moving forward, to see collectively if you get a group of young players come through. I think it is really impactful in long-term performance.
Yep.
And so Glamorgan got some high quality coaches in with Grant and Toby, as well as they've added on, as well as the other guys they've had here for time, and that's really, I think, will stand them in good stead for moving forward.
Is that right? Do you know Grant? You've worked with Grant in the past?
I've worked with both Grant and Toby previously. I've worked for Scotland in some both the first team and the age group stuff there. So I've been fortunate enough to work with both previously in their roles up in Scotland, and the wealth of experience that those guys are bringing from international cricket, and I think mean, I was watching in warm-ups this morning where the boys were out there and Toby and Grant had them really buzzing around in their fielding. It's something that when I was fortunate enough to work with both of them at Scotland, you saw a lot of full energy and they would really go for it, and I think you can see why Scotland's success is now where they are.
So Ajit Singhdale is back on, an immediate impact. Asa Tribe has gone, the middle stump is out of the ground, and that's another inspired bowling change by Jack Taylor. Board on the man who'd opened so well from this end.
I think Jack's got it here. I think if he makes bowling change every couple of overs, we'll bowl him out. He just seems to bring somebody on and instant success. He is a very good captain, but everything seems to be working beautifully for him today.
Ball just nipping back, caught the inside edge, and every bowler loves to see that. Middle stump out the ground.
He's got some pace, Adge, and he's got this ball shaping around today. It's been wonderful to watch him bowl from our perspective.
Well, short-lived for Asa Tribe. He looked nice when he was here, played some nice shots, seemed to time the ball well and ran well. But his innings is over for just 12, so Glamorgan 122 for 6 now. And it's Dan Douthwaite is the new batsman.
Phenomenal ball striker, Dan. When he was 16, we played against him at Surrey, and the game was going quite well in our way, I thought, until Dan came in and he proceeded to get 50 off, I think, about 23 balls in a 3-day game, and hit it to all parts of Cheam Cricket Club. So there's a big fence one end over the railway track, and I think we lost about 2 or 3 balls in the way as a youngster came out and struck it beautifully. And I went to Stuart Barnes, I said, he's a good player, he's a bowler. So, well, he certainly has a serious ball striking ability as well.
I'm sure he would class himself as an all-rounder. Certainly big, strong bowler. Tends to bat 7 or 8 for Glamorgan. Powerful hitter as well. And 10 overs to go now in this innings. Of course, the match reduced to 33 overs a side.
It's another one we'd obviously, from our perspective, really like to get him out early, and I think from Glamorgan's perspective, if he bats the 10 overs, he will very much impact this score and the scoring rate.
So Singhdale, immediate impact on his return, and again goes straight past the outside edge. We were thinking earlier he was on such a roll, Singhdale, that I was wondering whether it might have been an idea to bowl him straight through, but is he one of your recognised sort of death bowlers as well, or I mean?
He's multi-skilled, Adge. He can definitely bowl at the death. He's got good slower balls. He has the ability to do that. It's definitely worth a thought of whether he goes through, but also great faith in. He comes in again now.
Well, he certainly picked up where he's left off.
As I say, with bowling changes Jack made with Goodman and Akhtar, you saw how they're going to really impact the game, and I think it's key to, as well, get those bowlers in early when the ball was nipping around. And we saw Dom, he gets, from his height of 6'5", he does obviously get bounce, and the ball that got Kieran really bounced, and after Kieran had run that one down to third man, just to get that extra lift was a real key wicket for us.
Douthwaite off the mark with a quick single. It's been a mark of the middle phase that Glamorgan have run well. One thing they have done well. Boundaries have been quite sparse, few and far between, but they have taken the opportunity to rotate the strike. Particularly Root ran well, everyone he's batted with.
Him and Kieran were fantastic between the wickets there, and it for me, when I obviously was this side of the bridge watching Steve James, Adrian Dale run through the middle, it was unbelievable. They would rotate the strike and score in any conditions where you seemed to think it was going nowhere, and all of a sudden those two would be scoring at 4 and 5s without playing a shot.
Oh, another really good ball. Still asking lots of questions. Him to Ben Kellaway, who's been in for a while now, on 23.
But I do love the way Jack's kept attacking, kept his slip in. Got 3 slips in early on, kept his slip in now. And you think, one day cricket, we're used to seeing men go straight away. We were listening to you guys earlier about, when you said they can move the field out, but definitely not when the ball's nipping like this. You see good attacking captains really back their bowlers and keep their catches in.
Well, he's right on the money here, Singdale. That's a brilliant over, just one run from it, and that wicket.
Well, I'll pass back to Mike now. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Well, Owen, it's been an absolute pleasure to spend half an hour with you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us, and good luck, but not too much luck, of
Thank
course.
you very much. Yeah, I hope we win the group and you come second. That's my ideal. We play you in the final somehow.
Well, we might take it at this stage. That sounds fine.
Cheers. Thanks.
Good to see you. Well, as Owen heads off back into the Gloucestershire dugout, Mike Powell slides in alongside me. That was an interesting chat.
Good man, Owen. He's been at it a long time. Gloucester, there's not much he doesn't know about the club.
No, some good insights, and interesting to know just how much he knows about the Welsh and the Glamorgan scene as well. I think that's a bounce ball, but well run by Dan Douthwaite. Hurries up for a single.
Yeah, he's highly skilled in that area, and he obviously there's a fine balance for second team cricket of obviously developing what you can through your system, and hopefully you come up with an odd gem every now and then that hopefully kicks on to bigger and better stuff beyond Gloucester and Glamorgan, for argument's sake. But yeah, he's just knows a lot of people on the circuit, his Scotland contacts, and he's always watching other games, so there's not many players around that he's not aware of.
And that is a beautiful shot. That's Callaway at his best. Threads it through. Probably my shot of the day, I would say.
Beautiful shot. Balance in this is excellent. You can see how he's just punched it through extra cover and didn't move beyond that. Beautiful shot.
Seen him clip one beautifully through mid-wicket, and now that is the replica shot through the offside. Absolutely glorious. Beautiful timing and balance.
You can just see when batters are in good form. You could see Kieran Carlson when he was out there on the back of his extraordinary knock the other day on Sunday. You can just see with that point of release, and the bowler just lets go of that ball, how still their head is. You saw Callaway there, how still he was, and both those shots, when he hit through cover and the one he clipped down to fine leg, how still his head is at point release. He's not falling over at all.
That'll be another wide.
Yeah, a lot of wides, haven't he?
I think extra's up to 18 now. Yeah, there have been a few. It's been they bowled so well, the Gloucestershire seamers. They really have asked big questions of all the Glamorgan batters, but that's the one thing that they have. Few have slipped down the leg side. Just one of the things that Owen will mention when he gets back into the dugout and they review the innings. But actually, it's been outstanding from Gloucestershire for the vast majority of the time. Bowling with pace and bounce and movement. It's been difficult for Glamorgan batters. But someone like Ben Callaway now, into the high 20s, he needs to take advantage of that. Nice looking drive by Douthwaite, but couldn't thread it through this time. Yeah, so Callaway well set now, so he's properly in. And I guess if Glamorgan want to get up to a really challenging total, they'll be looking to him, I think. What did you make briefly of Asa Tribe? We didn't see him for very long.
Yeah, he looked a good play, didn't he? Yeah, first time I've seen him, he looks very, I just talked about it, very, very balanced at the crease. He had nice selection of shot. He rotated the strike really well, and he looks like one for the future for me. Yeah, Owen alluded to earlier, just a Cardiff University sort of link up with Glamorgan quite tightly there. So if you were to come to university in Cardiff, you are a cricketer and you're on the radar. You are netting with Glamorgan in the winter. There's a close link with players that come down here who are available to play. And Ace seems like one of those players they picked up through the system.
Yeah, I think they found a good one there, by the looks of things. So it's Callaway on strike now. Rides the bounce well. Picks up another single. So this will be Singdale's final over. 2 for 18 so far. It's been outstanding stuff from him. Really threatening.
Yeah, Doubtful, the kind of batsman, he relieves pressure, because he's 7 balls he's faced for his 2 runs, relieves through hitting it, through looking for a boundary. Oof. Where possibly he might be better set just to get Callaway on strike until he finds his feet.
It's still not easy out there. That ball where he's jagged it back, that's the one that's really done the damage.
Just a similar sort of method to what Root did when he came into bat, was just get off strike, run hard, possibly nick in the 2s when there's usually a 1 on offer, and maybe can relieve a little bit of pressure that way so he can find his feet and feel a bit more comfortable. That's not usually his style.
Gloucestershire inviting the drive with the big open space through cover. And then the ball goes through there this time. I think still hoping to encourage the batsman to play the expansive drive and find the edge. Still got the slip in.
Yeah, field set at the moment. The players out, you've got deep square, deep point in front of, fine leg, wide third man.
It's a nice looking shot. Oh, and I think that has to go down as a half chance, you'd say. It was hit so hard. It definitely carried.
Would have been a brilliant catch that, wouldn't it?
It would have been one of the all-time greats. He absolutely leathered it.
Callaway as well. It's the man they're after.
Yes, Miles Hammond at point.
Yeah, just slightly out of shot there, but dived into his right.
I think it may have caught him on the wrist. He's certainly holding it a little bit.
Yeah, it would have been a wonderful catch.
Maybe just on the base of the thumb. But he did really hit it hard. It sounded great off the bat. There's no major damage done. Hammond able to field that one with the hand that took the blow.
Would have been a good catch to get Callaway in, just creeping into the 30s. Borderline runner ball. Just looking to expand his game and turn this very good knock so far into possibly a match-winning innings. So to stop a batsman in his 30s who's just looking like he's found his feet is absolute gold dust. But wasn't to be.
So Glamorgan up to 135 now, 135 for 6. At the end of the 26th over, so just 7 overs to go. And we have one more over in this second power play. At the moment, Gloucestershire, if they want to, can put four fielders out. In an overs time, they can put 5 out.
Who have we got left? We've got Van der Gooten.
So, this is a good question.
Yeah.
Because the team I've got in front of me wasn't exactly the one on the team sheet earlier. So I'm waiting to see.
Right.
So, Tom Bevan was a nice surprise when he came out. So, Josh Shaw on now from the River End. He opened up and bowled really, really well. 1 for 13 from the 4 that he bowled at the start. Bowled with great carry. And he'll, now you probably think, might bowl through to the end. 3 bowlers can bowl 7 and 2 can bowl 6. So we know that Singdale is finished, 2 for 22. Very good performance from him.
Shot.
Nice shot. Beautiful shot. And that's 4. balance is looking really nice here. Just
Isn't it? Just a little bit full from Shaw there. Galloway pouncing on that. Almost clipping the stumps at the bowler's end there. Beautiful shot.
Callaway up to 36 now. Almost a runner ball. So with just over 6 overs to go, Mike, is it time to start taking bigger risks?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it all depends on Douthwaite, because he has a fine time with the ball, but if I was Douthwaite, I'd just get, if you possibly can, get Callaway on strike as many of his 6 overs as possible.
Top edge, chance, just falls short of Van Buren running in from fine leg.
Looked like Van Buren was late on that, didn't quite pick up the line or length of that ball, just steadied himself before he ran forward onto the ball, and unfortunately for Gloucester, probably about 4 or 5 feet short of him in the end. The gallant effort. Going back to what Owen Dawkins said earlier, you'd much rather see your fielders go in for these catches and dropping them than pulling out and letting the batter have an easy single, because these catches can change games.
Well, Callaway's certainly the one that Gloucestershire want. They've got a deep fine leg and a man on the deep square boundary here.
Yeah, it must be a bit of a plan here. The Van Buren, he's come in from his fine leg, he's come in an extra 6 or 7 feet from where he was fielding.
So maybe they think they can lure Dan Douthwaite into top edging one of these. It is short, but he's got it well in front of square. Don't think he's timed it that well, so it's not going to go all the way to the boundary. And in the end, they only run 2.
Yeah, a little bit quicker onto Douthwaite than he expected there, and hitting quite high up on the bat, but got 2 runs.
And so that is the end of the second power play. 142 for 6. So Gloucester do want to put an extra fielder outside the ring. They can do, but I'm not sure they necessarily will. We still seem to have quite a good measure of control at the moment. Well, they have taken advantage straight away. Shows what I know.
So Callaway comes with a reputation to be a very good player of spin, very quick on his feet, very good sweeper of the ball. So this, I think he'd be quite happy with this.
So it's 3 men deep on the leg side. Goes reverse straight away, but the man's up short. He was the man they were trying to beat. That's Shaw, isn't it, I think? At short third man.
Yep.
So deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Goes for it again. Has got this one up and over this time. And they take 2.
And Callaway's looking for that. He's not looking to keep that ball on the floor. He's looking to hit that ball over Shaw there. Third man up inside the circle.
And there's the confidence. This time he's nailed it. That's beautifully played. Well, you've got to admire the courage and the skill.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you've not seen a lot of Callaway, people think that's quite a high risk shot, but for him that's quite low risk. Very good reverse sweeper of the ball. Previous ball, he didn't quite time, spliced it, exactly the same ball, exactly the same shot, just a better outcome, hit the middle of the bat, looking to go up and over that third man, which has brought a change in the field. The man was at backward point, has moved back on the boundary.
It's interesting to see him play it 3 times in a row. The first 2 didn't get it right, but yeah, it's going to go again, do it again. So that's the confidence of these young players. whips that one down to mid-on for a single.
Nice from Callaway there. Hits a boundary, single, get off strike.
So he's into the 40s now. 44 off 43. Played really well. Douthwaite hits it hard, but just a single. But perhaps that's what needs to be done for the team at the moment. Get Callaway back on strike. He has a quick look to the leg side, see what's on offer. Van Buren cannot believe that's been called a wide.
I think he feels maybe there's a bit of pad involved here. Maybe clipping his legs on the way through. I think he's disappointed. Not so much disappointed he's gone down leg side.
Ooh.
Well bowled. Little bit of drift in.
I think Callaway has just managed to keep his toe down on the line there.
Little bit of turn there.
They appealed in a way as if they were really, really convinced. Let's have a look. Ooh, just managed to get his toe back, I think. It's tight.
Was out for a period of time, but you're right. Stretched back, stayed in the crease.
Well, a little bit of a warning there.
Good set for Glamorgan though, was it? 9 off the over. It's exactly what they need at this stage in the game. 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, they're up to 5.4 and over now. 151 for 6. With 5 overs to go. So what you're looking at here, Mike, 10 and over would get you to 200.
To be a very good score. I think a target as a batter, they know you're targeting possibly 7 and 8. If you can get a 7 and 8. I think what happens in these days, you aim too high, for argument's sake, a 10 or 11 off each over. You end up trying to overhit it, miss timing the ball. If you get something that's reasonably attainable, if it's 7 or 8, it's weird, you end up with 9s and 10s.
I think that's been the beauty of how Ben Callaway has batted. When he has really hit the ball hard, he's kept his shape beautifully. The balance has been really nice. He doesn't look like he's overhitting it at all, and the ball's absolutely flying off the middle of the bat. So perhaps that's a good lesson.
Good from Douthwaite though.
Yep.
Off strike, get Callaway on. Give Callaway 5 balls.
Well, the middle order done a decent job for Glamorgan here. He just rolls on that one for a single.
Callaway trying to give himself a little bit of room there. Shaw following him down the leg side, cramping him up.
So a few choices for the captain to make about who finishes off here for Gloucestershire. As Douthwaite digs out a Yorker. I think Callaway was thinking about getting back up there for a 2, but
good from Shaw, isn't it? Good from Shaw there.
Yeah.
Right in the block hole.
Yeah, only going at 4s. Shaw. Josh Shaw. It's been a really good performance for him as the sun breaks out here in Cardiff. Short ball. Yeah, he has dropped a few of those in. They've looked quite effective. Good carry. So Dan Douthwaite just looking busy at the non-striker's end, running up and down, just flicking bits off the pitch or trying to keep alert and keep sharp. We'll be hoping to get down the other end unless Callaway can do something better. And again, tried to charge it. And Shaw saw him coming.
Good bowling from Shaw. Good pace.
Yeah.
Bracey, long way back. Taking the ball above his head. Pacing this wicket.
Yeah, it is. He's been very sharp. Been really impressive.
Just the 3 off this over so far.
So Galloway with those. He's looking to try and clear the leg side boundary. There are 2 men out there. I think if he times it, he can definitely hit that sort of distance. But they'll be hoping that he maybe gets it high on the bat or gets a top edge. That's what those fielders are there for. Not only to stop the boundary, but also to try and take the catch. And Kellaway attempts the scoop or the ramp, kind of a mixture of both, and ends up squirting it to short third man, and they run through for a single. So good over from short, just the 4 singles from it. At a time when Kellaway really trying to push things on. That's good bowling. Just 4 overs left now, 155 for 6. It's been a good recovery from the middle order after those wickets fell at the top. Byram, Smell and Bevan falling for not very many. And then Carlson and Root really gave some momentum to the innings. And then it's been Kellaway really. A little bit of help from Asa Tribe for a while, but Kellaway has been the player really who's looked most comfortable. On 46 now. I'm hoping he can take Glamorgan to a good score. Goes for the reverse sweep. I think he's just got it over the infield. The ball skids off and bounces on. Almost defeats the fielder on the boundary with a bit of spin. And after all of that, they take 2. So Kellaway on to 48. It was interesting. He played it, stepped right inside it, and then tried to hit it through that side.
Good from Van Buren there. Much quicker. Threw the ball out wide. Kellaway just came down, look, just a little bit quicker than he'd want. Spotted by the bowler. It's a good battle out here at the moment.
So lots of space. Deep cover. Boundary is vacant if you can get it over those short fielders. But gets a full toss, which he can only take a single from. And moves to 49.
Right, this is where Douthwaite's got to use his muscle. Boundary is required from him.
That's exactly what he tried to do, but he missed, and he's bowled. Well, it's understandable why he was trying to do that. That ball didn't seem to bounce very much. Seemed to shoot through. Good piece of bowling by Van Buren. Douthwaite missed, and he hit. So that's the 7th wicket to fall for Glamorgan. 158 for 7 now. Dan Douthwaite departs for 8.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of bowling from Van Buren there. Pace off, slid through as well. Douthwaite trying to drag that to the main stand.
But it's been a useful partnership, 36. So again, he's played his part. Run well, fed the strike to Kellaway. So we wait to see who comes in next.
Imagine Van der Gooten, you'd have thought. Yep. Van der Gooten, strong striker of the ball. Makes his job pretty clear at the moment, just 3.2 overs left. Couple of lusty blows required from his team, yep.
So only 3.2 overs to go now. So we really are getting towards the end. Glamorgan got 3 wickets left. So they won't want to be bowled out, but because they won't mind being bowled out if these two can smash it for a couple of overs. But that's a long way off. 158 for 7. And Graham Van Buren has his first wicket, 1 for 33. Wicket's been shared around today amongst the Gloucestershire bowlers. They've all done a good job at different times. So Van der Guten off the mark straight away. And now Kellaway on 49. Has one ball this over to see if he can get to his 50. Comes down the wicket and works it into the leg side, and that will be 50 for Ben Kellaway. Well batted.
Yeah, very good knock from Kellaway there, 50 from just the 52 deliveries. Looked very comfortable from ball one, and didn't seem any sort of pressure. Looked in good form coming into this game, and he's done a really good job for his team. It's exciting having young players like this come through the club and do well on this sort of stage.
Yeah, it is exciting. Sounds like quite an exciting young cricketer, being able to bowl with both arms, as well as strike the ball as he has done today. That is, I guess, what you're looking for. Players with talent and courage and the willingness to play 360, bowl with variations, do something a little bit different. And he gets away with one there, does Kellaway. Attempted drive. For all the world, I thought he hit that to one of those players short at cover.
Yeah, you can see where he's aiming. They can mid-off, extra cover up inside the in circle. So he's trying to force that ball over them. There's a big vacant area over the back of them, but unfortunate for him, bounced quite high up on the bat and spliced it just in front of those fielders.
A little bit surprised that those fielders didn't get in on that. It did seem to be in the air for quite a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, just fell in between two, didn't it?
Sort of time stood still for a couple of seconds there. It was Goodman. 6'5". Plenty of pace and bounce.
But these little things are good for Gloucester. So Kellaway striking the ball really well, 50 off basically 50 balls, and first ball of the over, he get one off, brilliant. You can bowl the rest of the over, ideally at Van der Guten. So that's perfect for Gloucester. Yeah, so absolute gold, these dot ball. Just one run coming for the first three deliveries. This is really good for Gloucester. But he's a dangerous player, Anderson. He's a clean striker of the ball. As I found out in the benefit game, I played with him on Sunday.
Oh, how did you get on?
How did I get on, or the team get on?
Well, I mean, let's talk about you first.
Not very well.
Should we move on to the team?
Yes, quickly. Just a single there.
Yeah,
that's Kellaway back on strike.
That's the important thing.
It was
the team.
It was a mixed team of Glamorgan current and Glamorgan past against Miskin.
Yeah.
We won.
Go on, who was in the team then? Go on, give us some names.
Would you like Chris Cook, because it's a testimonial year.
Great man. We wish him well with the Welsh Fire.
Van der Guten, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's 4. Streaky.
Streaky, but 4 nonetheless. Really needed that. 4 runs off the 5th delivery. They're perfect for Glamorgan. I mean, you feel sorry for the bowler. He's not much wrong here. Ball in the block hole, bottom edge. Unfortunate for Gloucester. Could have been a wicket. Unfortunately, was 4 runs. Who is it? Simon Jones, past player.
Yeah.
Ashes
Still
winner.
bowling?
No. No. Batting.
Well, that's a relief for all the batsmen. Nice slower ball bouncer. Well bowled. And that means that Tim van der Guten will be on strike the next over. So some canny bowling from Goodman. He was unlucky there. Only went for 6, and one of those was a streaky boundary. So it's been good stuff from the Gloucester bowlers. They've really pulled in this game under their control in the last few overs, as Glamorgan perhaps won the middle period of the game, but Gloucestershire having the best of it at the end.
The worst part of this benefit game is I had to bowl. I bowled 2 overs,
Well, that is serious.
And yeah, the next morning I felt like I jumped out of a plane. My body's in bits.
How many overs did you bowl, first class overs, in your professional career?
Very few.
You did bowl some though, did you?
Yeah.
What did you bowl?
Badly.
So I don't think I've ever seen you bowl, so that's why I have to ask.
Filthy seamers.
Ah. Yeah, you're too. I couldn't see you bowling spin. I imagine I see you as a sort of Dan Douthwaite type figure, sort of muscular, pounding in, the ground shakes as you run to the wicket. It's like the smoother, quicker action of Josh Shaw. And a single from the first ball, which is good from a Glamorgan perspective. Get Kellaway on strike. 55 off 55. It's been a terrific knock from him. And now license you hope, just to see if you can hit some boundaries and get this score up north of 180, 190. Goes for the Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Not far off though. All Kellaway could do was hit it back down the ground for a single. So it's been good stuff again from Gloucester bowlers at the end. They really seem to have it all under control at the moment.
Yeah, it's good from Shaw there in the block hole. Unless you make a very early decision to ramp a ball that's in, there's very little you can do other than punch it down the ground.
Well, fine leg and third man are up, so that is an option. And I think Van der Gutten has tried to chop that over third man. Didn't make contact. He looks disappointed with himself.
Ingram was another player that played.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I thought it had been a call-up
Unsurprisingly here
for the Northern Supercharged, but it turns out it was your game, was it?
It might have been that game, might have been the deciding factor, who knows?
Hit down the ground. Don't think that's going to trouble the boundary. Comes back for two.
Yeah, it's chipped over the bowler. Not quite timed. He's quite happy he timed it as badly as he did, was given the chance to come back for two, but it was perfectly over the head of the bowler, so it's sort of landing in no man's land.
So 170 for 7 now. So one more over to go after this. Digs out another Yorker. Good job he got something on that.
Here we are, can Shaw close this out? Just a 5 off it so far. I mean, excellent over from Shaw.
So what do you do now here for the last ball? Do you try and keep the strike if you're Kellaway? Or do you go for the boundary?
Boundaries. Next best is run a 3, gets you back on strike.
He pulls it into the gap, and that's the boundary. Well played, Ben Kellaway. That really helps. Takes Glamorgan's score up to 175 for 7 with 1 over left.
Excellent shot for Kellaway, just hanging deep in his crease, half expecting that short ball, and he was on it so fast.
Bowling figures 7 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, 1 wicket.
Yeah, so that boundary's turned it, that over to Glamorgan, just on that one shot.
So, good figures for Shaw. 1 for 33 from his 7 overs. He's done now. And I think it's going to be Dom Goodman to finish off. This will be his 7th over. 2 for 41 so far. Oh, that's been well hit. Fantastic shot. Van der Gutten getting into the act and has smashed it over the mid-wicket boundary for a 6, and this is really helping Glamorgan now.
And this is what he's capable of. Very strong player. He's done their homework on Van der Gutten. He's fine with the ball short and pull it up there. So you think, batsman, he's only faced 7, deliveries nice and full. Can he hit the top of off? Can he make it awkward for him?
Slower ball and bowls him. Well, that's been a good contest, a good battle between these two. And Goodman wins it, knocks out the leg stump after Van der Gooten had just hit him for 6.
Very good delivery. I think it's pace off. I think he's just rolled his fingers down the ball there. Yeah, slow ball. Van der Gooten threw his shot, disappointed in his shot that he did play. But again, hanging back, looking for that pull to this main pavilion boundary.
It's 175 for 8 now, Glamorgan.
Good comeback from Gooden.
With 2 balls left, I think. Unless one of those has been... No, that first ball wasn't a no ball, was it?
No. 6 off the first.
Yeah.
Brave though, isn't it? You know, you've gone for 6 there. Brave,
Yep.
the top of your mark, say, right, I'm going to bowl a slow ball next ball.
So that looks like Andy Gorvin jogging out to the middle. So, Gorvin to face Goodman. And they take a quick single. Comfortably home in the end, despite the best efforts of Goodman. Well, Gorvin's done his job. Got off strike. Get the man in form. Down to the business end. Callaway 60 from 57. He's paced this innings very nicely. He's had to work quite hard for his runs as well. It's not been easy out there, but he's played it well and he's getting Glamorgan up to a respectable score here. Drives over cover in the air and gets the 4 despite the sparing dive down there at Ben Charlesworth. It's 4 more. Callaway giving Glamorgan a real chance here with a flurry at the end and a lovely shot. Kept his shape really nicely.
Those fine margins, isn't it? Looking to go nice and full. Just probably a foot off it there. Just gave Callaway the opportunity to get underneath that ball and lift it over extra cover.
Slow ball bouncer, well bowled. Mixing his pace up nicely here. So, 1 ball left, barring wides or no balls. Glamorgan 186 for 8. And Callaway on strike, 64 not out. Played really well. So a few adjustments to the field. Pulls it into the leg side. And they're going to stick at 1. Almost hit it too well, straight to the fielder. So, Glamorgan finish on 187 for 8. Mike, your assessment of that innings?
Yeah, I think it's a really good innings. They paced it quite nicely. They basically ended up with just over 5.5 run rate, and they stayed in and around that throughout the innings. So, yeah, I think that's a competitive score on what seems to be a reasonable wicket. Will the conditions be easier in the second innings? Less cloud cover. Obviously, there's no rain around at the moment. Only time will tell.
Well, I think Glamorgan will be happy with that. Things were certainly very, very difficult early on, as the opening bowlers for Gloucestershire were making the ball talk. Ben Callaway just receiving the applause of the crowd as he heads off for a very well played 65, an unbeaten 65 from just 60 balls. Certainly the feature player in Glamorgan's innings.
I think.
And there's the scorecard, Mike, and you can see it was 3 wickets went pretty early on, and then it meant a rebuilding job had to be done, and Carlson and Root did that really well before Callaway then had a chance to take Glamorgan up into the 180s, 190s.
Yeah, great knock from Callaway there. Just showing a lot of maturity in a young man, did ever so well. I mean, Root, just with his 29 off his 28 deliveries, he did a great job coming in and just looking busy and rotating the strike with Carlson, who batted very well for his 32 as well. It's unfortunate of him, but he didn't kick on. For me, I think Van der Kooten holds the key for Glamorgan on this wicket. I think it really suits him with a bit of pace and bounce, and with it nipping around. He's bowled excellent in all forms this year, so I think he'll be a big cog in Glamorgan to win in this game.
So here's the bowling for Gloucestershire. And superb at the top, Sean Singdale, excellent figures, but the wickets shared around. Goodman picked up 3 wickets in the end, 3 for 53, but took a little bit of hammer, but actually bowled well towards the end when Glamorgan were really trying to hit the ball to all corners. He mixed up his speeds nicely and picked up those 3 wickets. And no one had a bad day really from the bowling side.
Yeah, I think for Goodman there as well, slightly misleading the way he bowls at the end. If you bowl at the death, you probably are going to go for more runs than if you just bowl in the middle overs. So yeah, but he bowled very well for his 3 wickets.
So definitely some encouragement, you'd think, for Glamorgan's bowlers, as they have now set Gloucestershire a total of 188 to win from 33 overs. We're going to have a little break now. I think we've got just over 10 minutes before the innings resumes. So we will just go and have a coffee, and we'll see you back here at around 4:15 as Gloucestershire chase a total of 188 to win this opening one-day cup match.
The Gloucestershire bowling analysis. Josh Shaw, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, 1 wicket. Ajit Singh Dale, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 2 wickets. Don Goodman, 7 overs, no maidens, 53 runs, 3 wickets. Zaman Akhtar, 6 overs, no maidens, 44 runs, 1 wicket. And Graham Van Buren, 6 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Next 2 Metro Bank One Day Cup home games at the Knoll in Neath next week against Nottinghamshire on Wednesday the 31st of July and Sussex on Friday the 2nd of August. We look forward to seeing our members in Neath. If you're not a member and you fancy coming along to what are always great occasions, then why not book the queues on the day and buy your tickets in advance at glamorgancricket.com. Meanwhile, the next cricket here at Sophia Gardens are the women's and men's games between the Welsh Fire and the Oval Invincibles this Sunday at 100. The women's games start at 3 o'clock and the men's at 6:35. Full details on the competition and to buy tickets on the 100 website at the100.com. The Welsh Fire are actually in action right now at Old Trafford. They're playing the Manchester Originals. Women's game is on first. Manchester Originals are 110 to 6 from 97 balls.
to a clear man in the box and he's on that. I would have been over a bit earlier, but I was at the other end, right? Gaffy's, right? What you teaching is so serious, right? Like, you teach them. Whatever, it's not based on anyway, we didn't mock it. Anyway, the whole thing is like a strategic base of social content. I would never in my career. You involved someone. I'm going to. I've broken my wrist. So yeah, so those are the best. Anyway, yeah, we've got to be serious. Thank you. I wasn't in very well at all. So all shit that well, school just like 4 to 7 I wrote 4 to 4
We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our spirit. We embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting the nearest steward in his strictest confidence, or text UNITE to 60650. Thank you very much. Job and done.
Well, so you could only jump into the start.
Welcome back to our match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Glenn Peverill. The Glamorgan team and the captain, Kieran Carson, were also on the field.
I've got plenty of time. I've got half hour. Yeah, that's right. You've got half hour back. You guys are 5? Yeah, easy. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, I switch on. It's just that enjoy, yeah, what did you say? You get watched down there.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your cuppa between the innings. So just to remind you what's happened, Gloucestershire, batting second, are chasing a total of 188 to win after Glamorgan scored 187 for 8 a few moments ago. So I'm going to be joined in the commentary box for the next half hour or so by a man who's got a real stake in everything that's happening here today. It's Dan Cherry, the Chief Executive here at Glamorgan Cricket. Of course, also a very fine opening batter back in the day. So Dan, nice to see you.
Thanks, Ash. Good to be on.
Yeah, how's it going? How have you enjoyed the first half of the match so far?
Yeah, it's been interesting, hasn't it? It looked, I think due to the weather conditions, it looked pretty tricky to bat on first up. But I think the guys weathered the storm and they've put a decent score on the board here, I think.
So, Tim van der Gooten to start for Glamorgan. Straight away is a whisker away from the outside edge and the off stump.
Yeah, great start by Tim there. Just nipped away from the bat, and yeah, that's the area we need to be bowling.
Well, the story of Glamorgan's innings was that it was very difficult to bat early on. Gloucestershire bowled really, really well, but the conditions were favourable too. The ball flying through, but also moving, beating the edge, and they picked up 3 pretty quick wickets. So that's something Glamorgan were hoping to do something similar, you would think.
Yeah, I think that's crucial. I think we've got to make use of the new ball here in these conditions and try and get rid of the top 3 or 4 players in the power play if we can, similar to what they did to us.
And how's you've been in the role now for best part of a year, is it, or maybe a little bit less than that?
Yeah, a little bit less than that, a few months. But I covered for Hugh Morris when he was off a couple of years ago. So it feels like I've been doing it a lot longer than I have. No, I'm really enjoying it. It's it's a challenge at times, as we know. Trying to find the right resource and finance to get everything in place and to get winning results. But really excited about the challenge, and it's been great to see some of our young talent coming through in the T20 Blast. And I think we all had a fantastic day here on Friday night. Saw some great cricket, great weather, good crowd. So that's a bit of a blueprint for us for the future, hopefully.
It was, absolutely. Yeah, felt lucky to be here. Record-breaking night in the Blast. So, no run yet. It's been tight from Van der Gooden, 4 dots. Yeah, exciting time of year for you, I guess, with the Blast just finishing, the 100 about to begin, and this competition as well. So, lots of reasons for people to come to the ground and watch some cricket.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and really excited about taking a couple of games to Neath next week as well in this competition. And obviously we start the competition on Sunday in the 100 here with Welsh Fire. So yeah, lots of cricket in the next few weeks.
First run for Miles Hammond. Yeah, so I hear that tickets are really good, sales for the 100. Not many left, are they, for the opening game on Sunday?
Yeah, they're picking up really well. I think with the tournament starting a couple of days ago, that's driven a bit of interest. And Welsh Fire are currently playing. The women's team are playing up in Manchester now, so hopefully a good performance from them and the men tonight can drive some interest for Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. The back here and now is Tim Van der Gooden opening the bowling for Glamorgan. And he's opened really well. Just a single from the first over.
Yeah, good first over from Tim there. Looking to bowl a full length and hit the pitch hard. And he got the results there with a few player misses and a tight line and length at the start of the over.
It certainly seems to be good bounce and carry for the fast bowlers. It was like that, wasn't it, for the final Blast game, which was played on the same pitch last Friday night again. There seemed to be quite a bit in it for the bowlers. That perhaps makes Kieran's innings all the more special.
Yeah, I think we've been trying to get more pace and bounce out of our wickets, which has led to us leaving a little bit more grass on. So you are seeing that bit more pace and carry, but there is a little bit in it for the bowler as well. So when they do bend their back, they're able to get some movement out of it. So I agree. Kieran's innings on Friday night was fantastic, and great to see a young player playing with so much freedom and striking the ball so cleanly.
This is Jamie McElroy, who's getting open from the river end. Left arm quick. Oh, what a start that is as well. Right on the money.
Yeah, brilliant line there from Jamie McElroy. If he can land the majority of his balls there, he's going to be getting the keeper and the slips in play well there.
2 slips at the moment. Gloucestershire kept 2 slips in for a lot of their innings. Did beat the bat quite a lot.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Gloucester take this on. I think knowing that the pitch is doing a bit, we haven't seen them try and adapt and do anything too extravagant so far. They look to be playing sensibly and giving themselves a chance to build later in the innings.
Yeah, that's possibly a lesson learned from how Glamorgan fared. And again, past the outside edge. Good start from McElroy. Yeah, a couple of wickets in the power play. Well, of course, 33 overs, so the power play is just 7 overs now in this reduced match. A couple of hours of rain this morning, which just meant the start was delayed. It meant to be 11 o'clock, it ended up being 1:45. Great to have the cricket on now. In lovely shape again.
Yeah, he's just doing enough with it, isn't he? You know, perhaps could go a little bit fuller here, just to try and drag that shot forward. Is slightly short there, but you know, great signs there of away movement and getting our slips into the game, hopefully.
So these days, how often do you get the chance just to sit and watch cricket, or are you, when matches are on, are you running around doing other things?
Probably a little bit more now than I did in my previous job. That was a bit more full on and hands on. I do get the opportunity to watch a little bit of cricket now, which is fantastic, and obviously something which I love doing. Probably means that it makes life a bit more challenging for Mark Wallace and Grant Bradburn, because I'm actually watching the cricket and putting pressure on them to have a look at what they're doing with their jobs. But no, it's part of the great thing about being involved in cricket for so long, so passionate about it, that being able to watch us as play is great.
And that's been a full-blooded smash to the boundary. I think, did he get hands to it? We'll have to see on the replay. But hit very, very hard, and that's the first boundary.
Yeah, a little bit short again from Jamie McElroy there, and that's a powerfully struck shot there for 4.
So Hammond now up to 5. Bancroft still to get off the mark. So 5 without loss after 2 overs. Steady start, but the bowlers certainly asking lots of questions. What's your sense on this pitch of 187 as a score?
Yeah, as I say, you know, it looked really, really difficult. I think we were only 21 for 3, I think it was, after 7 overs, the power play. And, you know, at that stage, 180 looked a long way away. You know, I think they bowled a lot of extras, didn't they? I think 19 wides, which didn't help their cause. And I think we did well to get up to that score, so I think it would be a tough chase for them.
Oh, just short of Kieran Carlson at cover. Don't think it was a chance, but just bounced before it arrived at him. Well hit again.
Yeah, I think wickets are going to be the key here. You know, I think Ben Kellaway showed at the end there, once you get in and get the pace of the wicket and the shine comes off the new ball, there are runs there to be scored. But I think if we can, you know, keep taking wickets at regular intervals and keep putting the pressure on them, that's our best chance of winning.
As you'd expect, attacking field positions, 2 slips, short catching cover, also a very short mid-wicket as well. Looking for the ball flipped in the air through that region.
Yeah, that's it is interesting, isn't it, how tight the field is here at the minute. You know, you see in T20 often that the fielders kind of hang on the edge of the circle, don't they? But the Glamorgan fielders are all really tight here, squeezing the ones.
Bancroft just shaking his hand. That may have caught him on his thumb or his wrist, just on the bottom hand. Yeah, bounced a bit more than he was expecting. I don't know if that's actually might have got him on the elbow. We look at that again. I think it did. Maybe the forearm.
Yeah, he's hitting a good length here, Tim van der Gooten. Hitting the pitch really hard and getting something out of it.
That could sting a little bit. I wonder if it will affect the way he can grip the bat with that bottom hand. Again, similar length.
Yeah, it's one of the joys of being an opening batsman, isn't it? That you do tend to have to wear a few on the body at various times with the new ball, and the fastest bowlers, you know, running in fresh, ready to go. Yeah, I don't think that'll worry Cameron Bancroft too much. I'm sure he's had a few of those in his career.
Absolutely. Yeah, it can be a pretty tough place to be when the ball's flying past your nose and hitting you in the ribs. Oof. That's actually very well fielded in the end.
Yeah, just kept a bit low, that one, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Andy Galvin actually made a good stop at first slip as it shot through from the bottom of the bat. But a maiden over from Tim van der Gutten. Well, that's brilliantly bowled. And some pressure being applied early on by the Glamorgan bowlers here. Not giving them anything easy. Only one really real attacking shot been played so far. But I suppose from a Gloucestershire perspective, it's not losing those wickets if they can survive the difficult period and give themselves a platform then to attack and build their innings from there. So McElroy to continue. In the air, and gone! Caught by Carlson, and Jamie McElroy strikes. It's Hammond who's gone for 5. And the first wicket for Glamorgan, Gloucestershire 5 for 1.
Yeah, he's just tried to drive a length ball there. Didn't wait for it to come under his eyes and just pushed at it and looped it up to Kieran Carlson at extra cover, who's taken a good low catch.
Yeah, he's made that position his own, hasn't he? Takes quite a lot of catches in that area, short cover. I think right in the heartbeat of the team. Good place for a captain to be, close in.
Yeah, definitely. He's traditionally he's got very good hands, Kieran. Having him close in there, building the buzz and getting his fielders and his bowlers working in the right direction for us on that occasion.
So, an early wicket. That's what Glamorgan would have been hoping for. It just came at the start of the 4th over. So the power play got 7 overs now in this reduced match. It's only 2 men out, so batsmen given a bit of licence to play their shots and take a few risks, as boundaries are easy to come by if you can get it through the field. But what Glamorgan want is wickets, and they have one.
Yeah, that was almost the classic bowling partnerships, wasn't it? Tim van der Gutten bowled a great over there, maiden the over before, built some pressure up on the Gloucestershire pair there, and a loose shot brings a wicket.
So it's Ollie Price is the new batsman for Gloucestershire. He was their leading run scorer in the competition last year. Got almost 600 runs as they reached the semi-finals. So he could be the danger man.
Yeah, he's looked a really good prospect, hasn't he, over the last 12 months, and I think that's the great thing about this competition, isn't it, that it gives opportunities perhaps to some of the younger players and some of those players trying to make their way in the game, and you can reap the rewards. You know, we saw that with Ben Kellaway last year, making a bit of a breakthrough into our first team, performing really well, and Ollie Price has done something similar at Gloucester.
McElroy slides one across him first ball, possibly anticipating it to swing back, but it went straight on. This has been a good start from McElroy and van der Gutten. There we see it, yeah, actually going the other way. That was bowled with some skill, that one, to swing it the other way. Went quite late, I think. A lot of swing after it had passed the bat, but still. Good piece of bowling. Executing his skills very well here. Ball's in the air for a little while. Coming back for a second. Ooh, he's going to have to hurry. I think he's home. Just home. It's Will Smale behind the stumps. That's covering for Chris Cook, who's of course off with Welsh Fire.
Yeah, he's run with real purpose there, hasn't he? As soon as he hit the ball, he took off looking for the 2 and made it comfortably in the end.
Yeah, well run. That was certainly a feature of Glamorgan's innings in the middle, where Billy Root and Kieran Carlson started to pick the pace up a little bit, and their running was really outstanding at a time when boundaries were hard to come by. So Price and Bancroft setting the example at the top of the Gloucester innings.
Yeah, no, I think it's a key part of the game. I think in modern day cricket we're used to seeing good pitches, balls being hit out of the ground on a regular occurrence, and some of those old school basics when you're on a pitch like this. getting the ball into the gap, running hard, pushing the field. They become invaluable, and you can build some momentum up. And I think that's what it looks like the game plan is for the Gloucester players here.
Big appeal. Umpire wasn't interested. Just to see where that pitched. With left arm over, you're always wondering where it pitches. Whether it pitched in line or not. Well, that probably did. Almost did too much, I think.
Yeah, slightly better length though from Jamie McElroy. I'd like to see him kind of keep pitching the ball up here. There's a bit of swing, isn't there, and a bit of nip. If he can get that length right, he's going to be in the game here.
Well, he swung it back and slid it past the outside edge, mixing up the skills. There's the one that goes across. And it was a little bit too wide this time, but still an excellent over from Jamie McElroy. Just 2 runs conceded from it, and of course that all-important wicket. So at the end of the 4th, Gloucestershire 7 for 1, and a good start from Glamorgan's bowlers.
Yeah, great start here, and it just goes to show, doesn't it, that old adage around waiting to see both sides bat on a pitch. Earlier on when we were struggling in the power play, a few people were fearing the worst, but actually watching this and seeing our bowlers bowl the new ball here, it's proven how tricky this wicket is.
Yeah, well, having a few conversations in the interval with those in the press box, and there were some who thought it might be quite a good score. 187. And he's gone. Van der Gooten strikes the outside edge. And that's a big wicket of Bancroft. The Aussie is gone. And Glamorgan now right on top here in the power play. 7 for 2 Gloucestershire, in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Tim there. Pitched it up, nipped away a little bit, and got a little edge through to Will Smale with the gloves.
Yeah, nice of Will Smale to take a catch as he's taken the gloves from Chris Cook, who's away on 100 duty. He'll be feeling good about that as well. And beautiful bowling again. Just strained a little bit, didn't do much, but did enough. And Bancroft knew straight away.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? That it only has to do a little bit. Sometimes when a pitch seams around a lot, it often beats the outside edge. But Tim's got that perfect there, line and length, and it's just done enough to catch the edge.
So, the opening pair back in the pavilion for Gloucestershire now, and they've got a rebuilding job to do. And it's James Bracey, the wicket-keeper. Got a big double 100 last season in this competition.
Yeah, also a double 100 against us at Cheltenham, so a man who's in some form, and obviously a fine player. So I'm sure our guys will be wanting to put the pressure on him and try and get him early.
Yeah, what a game that was. Now, got to know each other quite well, these players.
Yeah, we seem to have some nail biters this year with Gloucester. The T20 Blast game here as well obviously went down to the final ball as well. Yeah. So no excuses for not knowing these players well, and it'll be interesting to see if we can keep the pressure on here and try and get them another couple down in the power play.
Yeah, some epic matches in all the formats. Wonder what this one will be, how this one will finish. Certainly been a very good contest. It was a good contest between bat and ball when Glamorgan were batting. They had to battle their way out of trouble early on to get a decent score on the board, and it looks as if Gloucestershire are going to have to do exactly the same there to get anywhere near this total. Not easy. It's a pace and bounce and good carry for the bowlers, and some sideways movement as well. And that's a nice shot. That's a lovely shot. Bracey off the mark with a boundary through point, and he'll be feeling a lot better after that.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there, and he threw his hands at it there and made good connection, and that's a lovely looking shot.
So first boundary for Bracey, Gloucestershire up to 11 for 2 in the 5th over. 188 is the target. And lots of space out there on the leg side. This will be a comfortable 2.
Yeah, often the way, isn't it, that a little bit of width the ball before tries to straighten up and get squirted onto the leg side for 2.
Two slips still in place. Tom Bevan at second slip, Andy Govan at first. There's also a leg slip in as well now. I thought that was in the air for a minute.
Yeah, not totally in control of that shot, was he? Again, a little bit of width and didn't quite have the same result as the 4 that he hit earlier in the over.
But some good intent from Bracey. Maybe he'll do the sort of job that Billy Root did when he came in for Glamorgan. Just suddenly seemed to change the mood of things by coming down the wicket, trying to put the bowlers off their length, running quick singles, just bringing some energy out there to the middle at a time when momentum was hard to find. And Bracey's come in and had a positive impact already, just in the few balls he's been here. So it's Jamie McElroy to continue.
Yeah, again a little bit short there from Jamie. An easy leave for the batter there.
Still overcast here. We had little patches of sunshine. Weak sunshine bursting through the clouds. It's overcast and grey, but thankfully no sign of rain at the moment. The forecast is pretty positive, I think.
Yeah, I think it's dry for the rest of the day from what our ground staff tell us. Just seems really strange that we're in the middle of July and we're playing with floodlights on through the day. Not something that you would normally expect.
No, it has felt like a strange old summer as regards the weather. I think if every day could be like last Friday night, I think we'd definitely take that.
That's really well bowled. Again, slightly fuller length there from Jamie McElroy. Drew Bracey into an expansive drive, and another player missed to the list for today. Yeah, I mean, Friday was fantastic, Ash. I mean, you know, kind of if you could bottle up that and produce that on a regular basis, I think it would make a lot of Glamorgan players, coaches, staff, members and supporters very, very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there was a good crowd in, good atmosphere, and some incredible cricket to watch. A record-breaking night. Do go and have a look back on the live stream highlights if you missed it, because it was a lot of fun. Kieran Carlson hitting it to all corners, and then Marnus Labuschagne signing off with record-breaking bowling figures as well. It was a good night, and of course lots of good nights to come as well here at Sophia Gardens. Don't forget, Welsh Fire play their first match here on Sunday against the Oval Invincibles. Oh, I feel still a few tickets left. Would really recommend you coming down to that. Always a lot of entertainment. Brilliant night for the family. Great to see some of the world's best cricketers doing battle. The Over Invincibles, the current champions as well. So stellar cast will be arriving in Cardiff on Sunday. Good piece of fielding from the captain, backing up his bowlers. And that's a superb over from Jamie McElroy. A maiden. Incredibly valuable, keeping the pressure on. And that's what we saw a bit earlier on when Tim van der Gooden bowled a maiden. Jamie McElroy was the recipient of the pressure, if you like, the beneficiary of the pressure. And now maybe he's done a favour for his mates here. Price will be keen to score a run quickly, and They'll be hoping him to lure him into perhaps a rash shot.
Yeah, it's got a similar feel to the Glamorgan innings here at the minute, hasn't it? Well bowled.
Yeah, it was very hard. So Glamorgan were 22 for 2 after 7 overs. So we can do a comparison in 5 balls time. That's what the power play duration is in this shortened format, just 7 overs. With only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Yeah, it does feel very similar. But Glamorgan managed to rebuild from that position. They'll be trying to stop Gloucestershire doing that.
Yeah, that's pretty skillful batting there, just playing the ball right under his eyes, Ollie Price, and just guiding it down for 1 down to third man. I think we saw quite a lot of that to get the Glamorgan innings started, didn't we? You know, not expansive shots and lots of 4s, but as you said, especially when Billy Root came in, a lot of energy and singles and, you know, kind of 1s turned into 2s, and building up that innings. And I think, you know, it looks like Gloucester are going to have to follow suit here a little bit and find somebody in that middle period to increase the rate towards the end.
Yeah, they got it up to around 5.5 and over, did Glamorgan, from a slow start. So the required rate now 6.5. Gloucester won't be worried about that just yet.
No, he's mixing things up here, Tim van der Gooten. He's come back over the wicket this over. Obviously, at the end of the last over, he offered a bit of width to Bracey, but yeah, coming back over the wicket now, tighter line and really cramping him up for room.
2 slips and a gully in place. Well, we only had a single from the last 10 balls here.
I know,
so
yeah, you can feel the pressure building here a little bit, can't you? And yeah, you can see how tight the fielders have got again, really putting the pressure on and making it difficult for the Gloucester batters to find space to sneak a single here.
Again, well fielded, keeping the pressure on. It's Asa Tribe. It's a shame we didn't get to see him for a little bit longer today, but he looked good when he was out there. A guy who made his debut this week.
Yeah, no, he burst onto the scene last year and got a lot of runs in the second team and really impressed everyone here with his ability. It's taken a bit of time to get him into the first team, but yeah, he scored 90 odd not out on Sunday against Wiltshire and really showed the potential that he's got. Yeah, he's bowling a brilliant line here, Tim van der Gooten, giving no opportunity for any width here. Really tight and really building the pressure on the Gloucestershire batters.
So just a single from that over, and that's at the end of the power play. Gloucestershire 15 for 2, Glamorgan for 22 for 2 at the same stage. So slightly behind Glamorgan, but with similar sort of issues to solve. Glamorgan managed to solve the issues. They were trying to work out how they could somehow build the innings. From there, I guess it's about not losing too many wickets now and giving yourself a chance to rebuild. Glamorgan did that pretty effectively through Carlson and Root.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Gloucester will be desperate here to build a partnership and try and frustrate Glamorgan. And yeah, I mean, the only way that these two batters are going to win the game by staying there. They're going to have to build through this pressure and try and rebuild here.
This Glamorgan opening pair of bowlers really enjoying themselves here. Van der Gooten 1 for 9 from 4. McElroy going at just 2 and over, 1 for 6. Very tight, not giving much away.
Yeah, they're both in a good rhythm here and both bowling really tight lines, and it's difficult for the batters to get it away at the minute.
I guess this is the interesting question for the captain, is as they're bowling so nicely, do you just keep them going straight through and hope they can do some damage early on, or do you hold them back?
Yeah, no, that's going to be the interesting challenge now for Kieran to work out what to do with his bowlers. You can see Dan Douthwaite warming up a little bit there at mid-on at the minute. So perhaps looking to make a change in the next few overs.
Nice pull shot from Price. That's his first boundary.
Yeah, just slightly short there from Jay McElroy, and a little bit of a short arm jab, if more than anything else, but struck it well enough to get it through the field.
Yeah, still lots of spaces out there. Glamorgan haven't put a man back on the leg side boundary. Still largely clustering everyone in the ring. They've only got the 2 men out. A fine leg and third man. Ooh. McElroy thought he caught the edge there for a minute, but it just slid past. Fine margins.
Yeah, as you can see, that fuller length again, dragging the batsman forward and making a mistake, and narrowly avoided the edge there.
So Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft, the 2 wickets to fall so far in this Gloucestershire innings. It's Price and Bracey who are embarking on a rebuilding job. Try and create a platform to chase 188, so they still need another 169 to win from just over 25 overs. Well, apart from that, perhaps a little blemish in the middle. Another excellent over with 5 dot balls in it from Jamie McElroy. I think he'll be disappointed about the 4, but it's been an excellent start from Glamorgan's bowlers, and they're certainly putting this Gloucestershire batting lineup under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, they seem as though they've got a little bit stuck, haven't they? And they're going to have to find a way to try and rotate the strike here, I think, and try and get moving a little bit. The Glamorgan bowlers are bowling such tight lines and lengths that there's slim pickings there to take at the moment, so they're going to have to find a different method to try and get the run rate building up a little bit, otherwise they're going to get very behind here.
And interesting that even though the captain could be pushing players out to cover boundaries, he's not doing that. It's going, singles are so hard to come by for Gloucestershire that he's keeping that tight ring of fielders in on both sides and the 2 slips. But that means there are a few spaces for boundaries. And Bracey has pushed another one through that point region for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot there from James Bracey. Again, a little bit of width, and he's taken advantage, hitting it very hard through backward point for 4.
So a vote of confidence in Tim van der Gooten that Carlson hasn't immediately put one man back onto that cover boundary. But that's wide as well, and that one's gone for 4-2. Run off the bat really wide of second slip, and it raced away, beating the man down there at third man.
Yeah, just again a little bit of width, and Bracey's seen that width, thrown his hands at it. Got a little bit lucky, but thickest shouts at edge there, down to the third man boundary for 4.
So pressure released for now. And that has been beautifully picked up. That's all the way. Well, what a counter-attack this is from Bracey. That's gone all the way for 6. 4-4-6.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from James Bracey. Kept his position solid and picked it up over the leg side for a big 6.
Well, potential momentum swing.
Yeah, and it's prompted a change here from Tim van der Gooten, who's now gone round the wicket to try a different angle.
It's funny, isn't it? Just, I suppose, as a batter, you're thinking about, should I take a few risks here, or if I can get a couple of boundaries, then suddenly it just changes the feel, doesn't it, of what it's like to be out there suddenly, from everything under control, fielders in the right places, and suddenly, it's funny, in the space of 3 balls, it's funny how sometimes things can feel a little bit different.
Yeah, it's the amazing thing about batting, isn't it? That it's the old adage that the longer you're out there, the easier it becomes. And a couple of good boundaries. It's amazing how it kick-starts you.
Well, Bracey's up into the 20s now, 22 from 19. Price is on strike at the moment on 7.
Yeah, and a couple of those boundaries you can sense, kind of with the Glamorgan fielders there. It's taking a little bit of wind out the sails there, and relieved that bit of pressure that was really building. You could sense.
So, at the end of the 9th over, a much better one for Gloucestershire, that one. It took 15 off it, and they're now 34 for 2, chasing 188 to win.
Yeah, looks like a change of bowling potentially here. Is that I think that's Andy Gorvin just handed his cap over to the umpire. Be interested to see now. Andy kind of generally tends to bowl wicket to wicket and very straight. And brings all modes of dismissal into play. So maybe with a bit of variable bounce here, we might see some interesting times ahead here for Andy Gorvin.
Well, there was a bit of extra time before the match started this morning. So you had a members' meeting, I understood, first thing this morning. A bit of extra time. That as the play started till a little bit later, had a chance to meet the members and hear about them. How did the meeting go? What sort of things are the members talking about?
Yeah, look, it's always a great opportunity for us to meet with our members. So we have 3 forums every season. It's an opportunity for them to hear a little bit about what we're doing at the club and how we think things are progressing, and for them to feed back to us.
As Bracey continues his counter-attack. That's gone for 6. First ball from Gorvin, a little bit short, and he's just helped it round the corner for 6.
Yeah, I think we're very lucky here at the club. We've obviously got a group of very passionate supporters, and it was a very productive, useful session to chat. Mostly cricket, if I'm being honest. Very keen to understand, where we want to progress as a club, what signings we're going to make, whether Marnus Labuschagne's coming back next year, all the big questions. And look, I see it as a chance to be open and honest and transparent, and try and ensure that our members understand that we're trying to do our best for the club, and we're trying to take us in the right direction. And we welcome their thoughts and their feedback, because they obviously see us here operating on a regular basis.
And on the Marnus question, did you have any answers yet?
No, we don't. Being honest, look, Marnus' schedule is always difficult, as we know with all the main, the top international players. This year there was a good window for him to come back, and it was great to have him on board. I think he's so passionate and loyal to us here at Glamorgan, and and certainly in the longer formats of the game, he's one of the best batsmen in the world. So the opportunity to have him playing here in Cardiff is brilliant. And look, we'll talk to Marnus and his agent, when the time's right, and have a look at what his availability looks like for next season and beyond.
Well, everyone seems to say that he absolutely loves it here. Sees it as a second home.
Yeah, and I think he did a great piece on TalkSport yesterday where he talked about his love for Glamorgan and Cardiff, and how he really feels that this is a second home for him. And he's very grateful for the opportunity that he was given. I think people forget that at times, that when Mark Wallace decided to give Marnus the opportunity, he was pretty unknown. And he's become a fine player, and I like to think that Glamorgan played a small part in that journey to get him into the Australian squad and doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember that summer very well when he was scoring centuries for fun for Glamorgan. Caught the attention of everyone, including the Australian selectors, and all of a sudden he was up there as a top Test player.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate sometimes. It's not necessarily just the runs, on the board and the wickets. It's the opportunity for our younger players to learn from Marnus. He is infectious. His love of the game, his work ethic. He's a great example to some of our younger batters coming through on what it takes to become one of the best batsmen in the world, and that hopefully will rub off on some of those younger players in the dressing room.
And as regards overseas players, any plans to bring another one in now he's gone back?
Yeah, so we're looking at the market at the minute to see if we can bring somebody in for the end of the season. We've obviously got 5 crucial championship games there. It is very difficult to get players in September and to find them at the right value. And I'm sure Mark Wallace and Grant Bradburn are working really hard to try and identify options for us. And then once we have those options on the table, we'll have a look. And if we can strengthen the team with a good overseas, we'll obviously look to. If there isn't any availability out there, it'll probably mean opportunities for some of our younger players to shine.
And I guess that's partly what this competition's about. Give some of those players a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's vital that we look to the future and we keep developing as much young talent in Wales as we can, and giving them the opportunity to play in this competition, where they get good exposure. They're playing some good cricket. It's a vital part of our pathway, and we want to use it in that way. And I think that you've seen Ben Kellaway come through last year. Obviously, you've got Asa Tribe, Will Smale, and players like that playing this year. Hopefully we can get a good batch of young Welsh talent coming through, supplemented with, players from outside that we've brought in, like Mason Crane and Sam Northeast, and your overseas stars as well.
So it's Dan Douthwaite, who has replaced Tim van der Gooten from the Cathedral Road end. Bracey, now 29 from 24. He's certainly injected a bit of momentum into this Gloucestershire innings. He looks like the man that they'll be looking to get them up to a competitive score. And he's certainly played with quite a lot of freedom since he's come out. It's not been easy to bat, but we've seen his shot-making ability. Had a couple of big shots, timing the ball nicely. So Douthwaite coming round the wicket.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching James Bracey there in between balls. Now, we've seen how energetic he is. He's bouncing up and down. He's shadow batting. He really looks like a man who's up for this and sees this as a real challenge. And I say he's looked pretty good here for his first 30.
We've also seen one effortless strike from Ollie Price, hitting a 6 over mid-wicket over a long boundary. So he's got that boundary hitting power as well. A wide ball, which he can't make contact with.
Yeah, there's still something there, isn't it? And that's I'm pleased to see Dan Douthwaite pitching it up there and looking to make the most of the conditions. That one looked like it just nipped back and beat the outside edge.
So slightly different spin options to in the blast for Glamorgan. To Ben Kellaway, the man they can turn to. And there's the edge. Dan Douthwaite strikes. There was a couple of plays and misses, and finally he gets his man. It's Price who's gone for 9, and that feels like an important moment. Just as this innings was starting to gain some momentum, Dan Douthwaite strikes, and Gloucestershire now 44 for 3.
Yeah, excellent bowling from Dan Douthwaite, getting it, pitching it up. A little bit of shape away and a loose shot there from Ollie Price, trying to play a cover drive and edging that to Will Smale.
Well, at this moment, it seems like an opportune moment to thank you very much, Dan, for your time. Really good to speak to you.
Pleasure, Ash, and I'm finishing on a wicket, and
exactly.
Hopefully we can see a few more now over the next few overs.
Yeah, it's been great to chat.
Thanks very much.
Good luck with everything this summer.
Good man, thank you.
So, Ben Charlesworth, the new batsman for Gloucestershire. That was a good little partnership building there. Bracey seems like the danger man, with 2 6s and 3 4s already to his name.
Yeah, Price a little bit armsy on that one. His feet got nowhere near that ball and threw his arms at it. And unfortunately for him was the end of his innings with a nick behind.
Yeah, Douthwaite bowled quite a few quite wide there. Maybe I wonder if that's in the analysis. They think that where he was most vulnerable.
Possibly. I agree with Dan Cherry as well. I think bowling full and not being afraid to be driven is probably the way forward on this, with the ball nipping around.
Well, been good to be joined by the Chief Executive.
Yes, Dan Cherry.
Interesting to talk about all the different things
There's
in
not-
his role now. There's a lot going on.
There's so much going on, and people forget with Dan. There's not much he doesn't know about the club. Working his way up from a player, and then one winter he finished university, so he asked Mike Fatkin, the chief executive at the time, if he could work in the office for a winter, and then that extended through to 20 years that he's still there now, and worked his way from looking for membership, and now he's worked his way all the way up to running the club, and he's a good man, and the club's in safe hands with Dan at the top, that's for sure.
Busy time of year, looking to fill this stadium as much as he can over the next month or so, as Andy Gorvin comes in again from the River End. First 100 game here at Sophia Gardens. First home 100 games for Welsh Far, because they're in action tonight. The women are playing now. We'll try and find out what the score is and let you know. I'm sure you may be able to find that out as well, but we'll interested to see what's happening there. So the Welsh Far play the Oval Invincibles here on Sunday. And then the week after, a run of games. Monday the 5th of August, Southern Brave. Thursday the 8th of August, the Northern Superchargers. And then Saturday the 10th of August, the Birmingham Phoenix. Well, the Birmingham Bears, isn't it? It's not the Birmingham. Is that the Birmingham Phoenix?
Bears would be Warwickshire.
And Phoenix it is Phoenix, is it?
I
There we
think
go.
could be right.
I grew up in Warwickshire, and Phoenix didn't have a resonance for me. And I thought, Phoenix? That sounds wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Birmingham. So they're here on Saturday the 10th. Some great cricket guaranteed, great entertainment. So we'd encourage you to have a look and see if you can get your tickets sorted. Nice shot from Bracey. Lots of space out there. Just take a couple. Didn't fully connect with it, I think. He looks at his bat. Didn't sound quite right. Got good contact, but didn't really ping off like some of the ones that he's hit earlier on.
Yeah, just hit him quite high in his bat. The right area, the area he was looking for, but not as well timed as he would have liked, but still picked up 2 runs. Shot.
That's a nice shot.
That's a great shot.
Timed that beautifully. Looked pretty effortless. Just transferred his weight into the ball beautifully. And Bracey is certainly looking at ease out there. The most comfortable batsman by far so far for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he's carrying his form from last year. He was highest run scorer for Gloucester. Looks in great nick at the moment, but a lot rests on his shoulders to bring this game home.
Yeah, going more than a runner ball. 39 off 31 is Bracey. Ben Charlesworth out there with him now. And it looks like we're going to have some spin. Tom Bevan
No, I think
is just marking his... Or was he? I thought Tom Bevan was marking his run out there. Maybe he was. Perhaps he's going to come on soon. He was scratching his run up. He measured it up, but that was at the other end. So it's Dan Douthwaite this end.
maybe he's giving a strong
Maybe
hint.
we've just seen what's going to happen.
I think he's giving a strong hint to the captain.
Yes.
I really like to bowl, and I mark my run up now. Get me on, Skip.
He looked so confident, like he literally was walking his end and scratching his mark out, but no. It's Dan Douthwaite to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Uses the angle to run it down to that corner. It's a long way down there, but good piece of work by Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, just a little bit short from Douthwaite, especially coming round the wicket. If you are short coming round the wicket, it is always going to go on leg side. Just got to be nice and full. If you can get Bracey driving, trying to hit the ball through cover, I think all of a sudden Bold comes in through the gate, caught behind, possibly caught at cover. All of a sudden there's more options of getting Bracey out, just bowling 2 or 3 yards fuller.
Yeah, struggling with that line. That one's even wider and called a wide. Stocky, powerful figure, has done Douthwaite. Would look very at home on a rugby pitch as well as on a cricket field. Strong action, runs in relatively gently, and then all in the shoulder and the back where he generates his pace. Talking of bowlers who generate a lot of pace with the shoulder and the arm, you played with Simon Jones. How was he?
Oh, well, how was he on Sunday?
Yeah, not bowling, I hear.
No. No, he a genuine Glamorgan great, Simon Jones. We were so lucky to have him at the club, but yeah, I think the years have caught up with him, with running in and absolutely destroying his body with every ball he bowled. So great to see him. He loved batting, so he went down and slogged a few. He enjoyed that, but no, we're carrying him in the field sadly nowadays. But he really enjoyed being around the boys.
Yeah, he was a phenomenal athlete. Just the way he used to explode and release the ball was something extraordinary.
And I think you're right. That's what he was. It was weird being around him on Sunday, and even few like Van der Gooten who played as well. He said, "Look, he's big, isn't he? Because he's just so broad, and he's 6'3" or whatever he is. But he doesn't look it because he's such broad shoulders. But no, what an athlete he was.
Yeah, he was. Again, oh, he thinks he's got it. He's really confident he's got a nick. They're celebrating.
Yeah, almost.
The umpire not convinced. Well, that's a big decision.
Almost a strangle down lead side there.
Oh, big decision. Bracey looks absolutely the danger man here for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think.
But nothing you can do about it. Let's have a look. And no reviews.
Just look, for me, clipping thigh pad there. Again, down leg side.
It's a very confident shout.
There, just a clip of the thigh pad.
Yeah.
Just how much that ball deviated off the thigh pad. It wouldn't necessarily do that off the blade of the bat.
Will Smell did his best to try and convince the umpire.
Shot.
Oh, well fielded. Ace of tribe out there. It's an athletic figure out in the deep as well.
Yeah, nice smart bit of fielding from Tribe out there. You could see just in that celebration of how important this wicket is of Bracey, and he is the linchpin for this Glamorgan. Gloucester win if they can bring it home today. He started off really well, 43 to his name.
Yeah, going on very nicely, 43 from 37.
Timing the ball beautifully. But you're right, Ash.
Tom Bevan, we saw him scratching his mark out. I was an over too early. Not sure what I was thinking.
I think it's the first bit of spin we've had from the Taff end today.
Yeah, we had Graham Van Buren bowling from the end where we're sat, the Cathedral Road end, but yeah, no spin from that end.
Captain Carlson, he's still putting a bit of squeeze on, mid on, mid off, up inside the circle. Tempting Charlesworth.
Well, quite a tough time for Bevan to come on. Bracey's getting going. He bowled a couple of times at the start of the blast in early on, and in the power play, and that sort of thing happened.
But that's the gamble. That's the gamble as a captain. So right, leave your fielders up. Let him hit that ball over the top. Can he play the shot? And ask a few questions. Possibly Bevan now might want to move one of these fielders back, probably where that ball's just gone over long off. Give him a single. So if he is going to hit another ball over the bowler's head, he'll have to drag it over to long on against the spin. For me, I'd leave you long off back and your long on up inside the circle. And I think it's worth the gamble to try and squeeze another wicket out of this Gloucester team.
Well, the boundaries are pretty short, straight, here at Sophia Gardens, and Ben Charlesworth had no problem clearing that. Generate all the pace himself, but he did that very effectively. Looks like they've sent Billy Root to go in search of the ball. It's been found.
Got a clap from the crowd for that, for finding the ball. Generous crowd here today. They clap anything round here.
So, bit of pressure on Bevan. Get hit for 6 second ball. I thought Bracey was the danger man, but Charles shows he might be in the mood as well. That's that one go. Side off stump.
Carlson leaving his mid-off up inside the circle. So Charlesworth, if you want to do it, you can do it again.
He's timed that well as well. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Good chase by Dan Douthwaite. And 2 more to Charlesworth. And he did try to repeat it there, and went to swing it straight down the ground. Didn't get much contact on it. So maybe this is what Glamorgan are trying to do. Lure him into a false shot. So Bevan held his nerve quite well there.
Yeah, he's done well. You don't mind as a bowler. Look, if a batsman can play good shots, good quality shots like that, one over the top, went all the way for 6, and again piercing extra cover area, done very, very well there. I mean, he'll take that. So if they're scoring runs off good deliveries, that's fair enough for me.
The Gloucestershire fans waving their shoes. I can't say I know what that's about. Seems to have something tied around his knee there as well. The gentleman on the right.
I got a feeling they're not going to be quiet in half an hour either. They're going to keep going.
Well, good support for the visitors.
Oh, very well done from Smell behind the wicket there.
He did well to get a hand on that.
Yeah, he saved 3 runs there. Really good work. Again, down leg side from down, just to drag it across 6-7 inches, get over to the off stump. Use that angle coming round the wicket.
Since he's come round the wicket, hasn't quite got his line right here, Dan Douthwaite.
He's got that ball in him, isn't he? He's got that ball to just hold up, nip away from the left-hander. Dangerous bowler.
Low full toss in the end. Again, just trying to find his groove here. Certainly a lot more comfortable coming over the wicket, I think, a little bit earlier on. Struck very early on. Good figures. 1 for 7 from 2 overs.
Well fielded. Well done.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good work from Byram in there. You really do add up fielding like that. Could have easily been 4 runs. A couple of balls before could have been another 3 runs down leg side, so they really do add up. Excellent fielding from Glamorgan.
Backing up the bowlers. Trying to build a bit of pressure. So we've had a couple of dots here now. Steps away, tries to make some room, but it's another dot. So would you go for Bevan again from the river end?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'd probably say a slightly different field. I'd probably put my mid off back and bring that extra cover a little bit straighter. But that's the gamble.
Glamorgan are going to have to find at least 12 overs of, well, in fact, at least 6 overs of something other than seam.
Yes.
Ben Kellaway as well.
Carlson. there's some options out there.
Yep. So 68 for 3, Gloucestershire now, needing another 120 to win from just over 18 overs. So the run rate required, 6.6. As Dan Douthwaite puts together his 5th dot ball in a row. Nice little sequence. We'll hope to finish it off now. The field a bit more spread now. It's following a tight line there. There's certainly some gaps and square of the wicket. Opportunities for singles, but not much straight. And that's good stuff from Dan Douthwaite. Apart from that early blemish of the wide, 6 dots in a row, just the one from it. And Gloucestershire move on to 68 for 3 at the end of the 15th over.
Yeah, good set from Dan Douthwaite. Just back of a length, correcting his angle. He got a wide with the first delivery and then bring it slightly more over to off stump. And yeah, he's got his reward with 6 dot deliveries after his wide. Very well. Here we go. Change of field. He has done that. He's moved his mid off back, where that 6 ended up in the previous over. He'll bring his extra cover straight, trying to cut that single off out to the long off.
And 2 quite straight catching fielders as well. So interesting. The cover and mid wicket are both quite straight here.
So
well fielded.
yeah. So what the reason for that is having your extra cover and your mid wicket with Kieran Carlson in it. Very, very straight position is that you're asking the batsman, right, if you want to score runs, you're going to have to hit wide of the wicket. So in doing so, you're possibly creating an angle where they might nick off to the keeper, may miss the ball entirely, just trying to create an angle going square of the wicket. So he'll ask, the captain will ask Bevan to bowl nice and straight here. So right, and the batsman saying, right, if you want to score beyond a single, you're going to have to create something square of the wicket, which comes with risk.
So lots of space on the leg side, square. Takes a comfortable single there. Down to ace a try. Voting down there on the cover boundary. And again, like you're saying, Mike, they're sort of playing these inside out, just trying to get that angle, make them play square the wicket.
It cuts down the score, the boundary options as well. So from here, if you need to hit a boundary, you perhaps a sweep slog might be an option. High risk again. There's very few options for a boundary. Oh, there it is. That's that
it,
sweep
the slog
slog.
sweep. Yeah, he's caught all of that.
That's a wonderful shot.
Sounded good off the bat. And that's 50 for Bracey. What a way to bring it up. Done it in style of just 41 balls. And Bracey is really carrying this Gloucester chase. Getting a little bit of support from Charlesworth now, but we've had some lovely hitting from him. 3 6s and 4 4s in that half century.
Wonderful knock, isn't he? He's timed the ball so well for his 50. Just the 42 balls.
50 came from 41 balls, 4 4s and 3 6s.
Wonderful noise. Looked a step above everyone else he's batted without there with Gloss. He's done very, very well. I'm sure these travelling supporters are hoping it'll carry on.
Well, danger signs for Glamorgan. Plenty of time left in this match for him to keep going. Still another 17 overs. So they want to see the back of him. They thought they'd maybe strangled him down the leg side, but the umpire didn't give it. And he looks in superb form.
Doubtful got away with that, didn't he? Angle it down leg side, thumping into the pad of Bracey. Quite easily got a nick on that and ended up down with the boundary at fine leg.
So 2 left-handers here. In the air. But safe. No one catching behind square on the offside. One certainly not that fine.
Gloucester have one eye just on that run rate, as it doesn't get away from them. 6.5 and overs required to bring this game home, and Glamorgan were never travelling at that rate throughout their innings, so they won't have to keep too far above that.
I think if Bracey's there, I don't suppose they'll be too worried about that.
Shot.
Oh, that's been beautifully hit. Power, timing, that had everything, that shot.
Oh, no one's hit the ball that hard today. What a shot. It's got all of that through cover. Fielder out there at deep point, absolutely no chance. Probably went about 15 yards away to his left-hand side, but no chance of stopping that.
Yeah.
Wonderful shot.
Well, Bracey doing a fantastic job for his team here. Ooh. Thick edge this time. Moral victory for the bowler. But they need more than moral victories to get rid of Bracey. He definitely looks like the danger man. If he bats for another 10 to 15, well, another 10 overs. If he bats for 15 overs, well, you'd think that they'll win. Goes leg side this time. And that ball skips on for 4. It's Charlesworth getting in on the act now.
He jumped onto that fast, didn't he? Well in front of square. A couple of bounces over the rope. They're just dragging it down on the angle as well. It's sat up. Charlesworth got all of that. Wonderful shot.
So a little score update on Welsh Fire women's team. They're chasing 114 against the Manchester Originals. And they're currently 89 for 3.
Got it.
And that is Charlesworth who's gone. Big wicket, a big moment. And that partnership that was starting to build momentum has now been stopped. For now,
A little bit short, a little bit wide there from Doubtful, but lucky for him, Charlesworth cut that straight into the chest.
it was Kellaway who took the catch. So, wickets are tumbling at one end, Bracey's holding up the other end. And it feels like Bracey's the key to this match now. If Gloucestershire can get players to stay with him for long enough, and he can stay there himself, then you think that Gloucestershire are going to be pretty close.
Yeah, interesting Charlesworth. You know, we had 6. I mean, it's a good over so far. 11 off the over going into that delivery. Our last ball of the over. You think, right, we've had our fill. Right, let's get out of it. Move on to the next. But no, couldn't resist that short wide one. So Taylor's been a thorn in Glamorgan's side for a number of seasons now. A wonderful knock in the T20 blast down here and brought the game home in the last over. Wonderful timer of the ball. So yeah, 10 overs of these two together. There won't be much of a game left, so it brings a change of bowling. Bevan has been taken off. Andergooten brought on. The Taff end. Usually operates from the Cathedral Road end, but he's having a go from the River Taff end. Andergooten's been the pick of Glamorgan bowlers in pretty much all formats this season. He's been on great form, so Glamorgan hunting for that important wicket of Bracey.
So Bracey has got a little tickle on that, and that's gone for 4. Well, he's going really nicely now. Scoring rate right up there, 60 from 46. Nice shot, used the pace. Maybe Carlson really sensing the danger now, getting Tim van der Gooten back on, just to see if he can roll the dice and see if he can get rid of Bracey.
Yeah, a little bit of squeeze. The field he is out at the moment. He's outside the inner circle. He's finding like third man. Deep point in front of, and a deep backward square. Beyond that, a ring field. So very little on offer. So Van der Gooten's job here, ball nice and straight. Can he get the batsman hitting the ball back towards him where he's got a ring of fielders, a wall of fielders almost. It'd be very frustrating as a bowler. 4 runs off the first ball over, and over just 5 balls left. Just feels like a long way back, and all you've got is 6.5 runs to play with for the required rate. Sorry, 5.5. Good comeback so far, isn't it?
It is.
3 dot balls after that one that slid down leg side.
So explain, like, why are they trying to get Bracey to hit straight here? Because often, I suppose it depends what the wicket is, teams are trying to get batters to hit it square here because the boundaries are quite big and they're short boundaries straight. Bracey's picked that one up nicely, but we're going to have a man there. Eddie Byram.
I suppose they feel there's a bit in this wicket, so they feel there's a little bit of movement there, there's a little bit of bounce, more chance of Bracey nicking off if you bowl a little bit full, a little bit straighter. There's that. They probably feel that Bracey's strength might be square of the wicket, which is proven pretty correct so far. So I think to minimise the risk of him scoring runs is him possibly hitting the ball straight back towards the bowler rather than feeding him short, wide deliveries.
He's been very severe on anything loose, anything wide or short. Jack Taylor, the captain, in to join him. So lots of experience out there now. I think these two would like to get most of the job done if they can.
Excellent from Van der Gooten there, wasn't there? Just the one ball coming from the last 5 of his set there.
Hit 1 for 29 from 6. Now Van der Gooten.
There'd be a plan within this as well to get Bracey off strike. Managed to time the ball so well. Can they give him a single? Bowl more balls at Taylor in this middle period. The new batsman.
Ooh. He's throwing his hands at anything wide, isn't he?
I thought he nicked there. I felt like he heard a sound.
Yeah, maybe it was wishful thinking. That's what we were hoping to hear from a Glamorgan perspective. Oh, and again, almost lucky for it not to be called a wide as well.
It was a wide ball, if you ask me.
It went over the top of the bat, but yeah, it was certainly outside the blue line, the guideline as well. Now in the air, chance. Oh, brilliant effort from Tribe, but just falls short. And again, we talked about going for the catch rather than just stopping the boundary, and Tribe really did attack that hard, put in the dive, and it must have just been just a couple of inches short. Tried to fetch it from outside off stump to Taylor.
I think he just about got there. Great effort. He just didn't have to get his hands underneath it. Yeah, Tribe disappointed with himself. That would have been a wonderful catch. I think some of the Gloucestershire fans having their own karaoke competition below us. Hope you're enjoying the music as much as we are. Thinks about two Bracely, but decides against it. Drive quickly in from the boundary. So, nicely balanced game. 92 to win from 14.2 overs. 6.4 and over. So that's been pretty steady for a long time now. So I don't think the rate is going to be the issue. It's the wickets. And some good news to report from Manchester. Welsh Fire have won. They've beaten Manchester Originals in their opening 100 game. They've won by 7 wickets, successfully chasing down 114 to win. And then they got 117. So well done to the Welsh Fire women. That's a good start. Oh, and Dan Douthwaite's been hit here. That's been hit hard back at him. I think it's hit him on the shoulder. Not sure what he's asking. Well, he seems to be fine. Fair play. Strong man. And just 3 singles conceded from the over, so that's a good piece of work. And that's gone through his hands and hit him on the shoulder, I think. Oh yeah. So he's heading now down to fine leg to give that shoulder a rub as Tim van der Gooten continues from the river end. So 92 runs to win from 84 balls. That's the equation. Bracey, 63 from 53.
Just feel it's on a bit of a knife edge here, isn't it? You know, a good sort of 4 or 5 overs from Gloucester really swings it their way, and 1 or 2 more wickets from Glamorgan could edge it theirs.
Thick edge. Great piece of work from Andy Gorvin. Stops the boundary, keeps them to 2. So if you want to see the Welsh Fire women this Sunday, Oval Invincibles, other visitors here to Sophia Gardens, tickets still available. They're on a bit of a roll, why not come down and support them? More work for Gorvin to do. And we forgot to mention the Gloucestershire 100 up. 100 for 4 in the 20th over. So they're going on quite nicely here. You feel wickets, the wickets column is the one that will decide this game. Bracey well set now, looking really good on 67. You feel he stays around for long enough and maybe gets 100. Well, you'd fancy Gloucester in those circumstances to win the match.
Yeah, he's stand out at the moment, isn't Bracey? I mean, 100 runs up there, and he's got 67 of them himself. No one else is near having 5. Bancroft, 0. Price, 9. Charles with 14 of them. Taylor's out there, 1 at the non-striker's end. So yeah, he is
carrying this innings on his own at the moment.
Ooh, has a bit more luck. He's ridden his luck, but you've got to do that often to get a score. The luck is with him at the moment. Almost chopped back onto his stumps.
Yeah, he's looking to run that down that vacant area into third man for a single.
So Tim van der Gooden only got one ball left in his spell now. Only allowed to bowl 7 overs in this reduced 33 over match. So can he have a big finish? Defended by Bracey, and that's Tim van der Gooden bowled out. 1 for 33 from 7. Good stuff from him. Getting at less than 5 and over. And picking up the early wicket of Cameron Bancroft as well. So a good day's work.
Yeah, always a good day's work from Tim van der Gooden. He's for me your absolute banker who's going to go for very few runs and pick up wickets for you. So he's bowled out. I think that he's the main threat for Gloucester, so they'll be happy to see the back of him.
So Kieran Carlson decided to roll the dice and bowl him through early on rather than keep him back. So now the introduction of Ben Kellaway, the leading wicket taker for Glamorgan in this competition last season. Talented spinner, as we've heard already, from Owen Dawkins, who joined us from the Gloucestershire coaching staff. He's seen Ben Kellaway bowl against them, bowl some with his right arm and then switch and bowl some with his left arm. So he's a talent. We saw that with the bat earlier. Let's see what he can do with the ball. And that's beaten everyone, I think. And it's been giving us runs, so there's a little tickle on that.
Yeah, a little bottom edge, it looked like to me. Trying to run that ball down, obviously not as fine as he ended up.
Hit down quite hard, down through Will Mel's legs, I think, so probably that would have been a miracle catch if he'd have taken that, I think. It's actually quite a thick edge, looking back at it. So Tom Bevan only bowled 2 overs. It's the only spin we've seen for Glamorgan so far. They went for 17.
Just the single there. Bracey not very happy with him. Definitely should have been 2 there. Definitely should have been 2.
It looked like a comfortable 2, didn't it? Ace of Triumph had to run about 20 metres there.
Taylor's determined to run the ball down there, isn't he?
Yep.
Third man area.
Bracey does eventually get back on strike. The ball later than he wanted to be. So 7 from the first over from Ben Kellaway. Quite tidy. Only boundary, just that little bottom edge that went through the wicketkeeper's legs, down for 4. So not a bad start.
Yeah, that rate is just creeping up close to 7s now. Just under 7s. Yeah, it just highlights there that Bracey, what he's done for this innings, without him, Gloucester won't be anywhere near this target, so he's absolutely the key to bringing this game home. So if he bats through, which is a tall ask, there's still 12 overs remaining. I feel Gloucester will come out on top. He's the key to this game.
So as Van der Guten's bowled out, it's Andy Gorvin, who's been throwing the ball at the river end. A bit slower, well, quite a lot slower than Tim Van der Guten.
Yeah, so job for Taylor to be done. He is a clean strike of the ball, but I think more importantly for him, his role is not to put too much pressure on Bracey. Don't feel like Bracey has to be the enforcer all of the time. So what will frustrate Bracey is dot balls. Every dot ball he feels like there's more pressure heaped on him to win this game. There's more shots that he has to play. So if Taylor can do a similar sort of job to what Root did when he first came into bat, I think he'll go a long way towards Gloucester winning this game.
So they offered a single straight down the ground for a shot in the V. At the moment, happy to see the ball go down there for a single.
So that sort of batting, so 1 run off 3 balls isn't good enough. It sounds very obvious, but can he get off strike very early, or can he take a boundary option very early? Works a team.
So the boundary options here for Bracey. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary, but quite a big gap between them. Also a man sweeping on the offside, but mid-off is up. They're perhaps tempting him to try and hit in the air down the ground. Over mid-off. Dan Douthwaite, the man there, hoping he might take a catch. Pulls it into the leg side. I think he's got it into the gap. Just lands in front of the fielder down there.
Very close down there, Byron. So mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket area. One stage thought it was going to go all the way and he was going to dive out, but 5 yards short of the fielder out there. Very good from Gordon. Just the 2 runs coming from it so far. Run rate just creeping over 7.
So we're going to have 2 men sort of saving one or catching behind square on the offside, because Taylor has played so many of those little shots. In the end, he drives down the wicket for a single. And that's a tidy over from Andy Gorvin, just 3 singles from it. So Gloucestershire 110 for 4 now, with 11 overs remaining. So 78 runs off 66 balls. Again, you feel that doesn't seem to be an intimidating equation from Gloucestershire's point of view. I think while Bracey's there, they'll feel reasonably confident. You think he has to just bat fairly steadily and then have 1 or 2 big overs. Might be enough.
Yeah, they need a boundary in these overs now. Just creeping over 7. Remember, Glamorgan just operated a 5.5 all the way through their innings, so it's uncharted territory for this game.
Kellaway. Right arm off breaks. Short at that time on the leg side. Taylor picks out the man in the deep. He drives attractively. It does look nice when he plays that cover drive. Only a single this time. Big swing at this one from Taylor, and he's got all of that. That's 4. Much needed boundary.
Wonderful shot from Taylor there. Pure timing. He's picked his spot there over extra cover.
There's a big gap there if you can get it over the short catching cover. So 6 runs from the first 4 balls. The rate's at 7. Goes big again. Now that's high. And it's out. Great catch. It's Tom Bevan. And Taylor was trying to open his shoulders. And that's another mini breakthrough for Glamorgan. 116 for 5 now.
Yeah, there's no easy boundary options here today. This wicket's, the pitch they're playing on, pretty central. And all these boundaries are quite a long way. Bar straight, as we know it, straight, it's quite short here in Cardiff. But tail in, that's a big boundary option down there. It's a long way. See how far he is away from hitting that rope? He's 40 metres off the rope. So, yeah, he's probably picked one of the biggest, the longest areas to try and hit a 6. But I feel that wicket was coming. It was almost a build-up. Taylor, so many dot balls he's eaten up, putting pressure on himself. I would say putting pressure to play a big shot, to hit a boundary.
It was a good catch from Bevan. He had to run quite a long way, and he did that quickly and gave himself a bit of time to steady himself. Went Aussie style fingers up and took a nice catch in front of his face. So
the new Gloucestershire batter, Graham Van Buren.
So Graham Van Buren now coming in at number 7 for Gloucestershire. So Bracey is the man they really need to remove, and it just feels to me as if this game rests with him. What happens to Bracey will probably decide ultimately what happens to the whole match and the result.
Yeah, while he's still out there, Gloucester have got a chance. That chance is getting weaker and weaker with every wicket they're losing, but the fact that he's out there and he's on 70 off very few deliveries, Gloucester have got a chance of bringing this game home still. Slip in place. Positive option from captain.
Well, this is it. Even if wickets keep tumbling at the other end, even in that, we'll put a little bit more pressure on Bracey as well if the wickets tumble at the other end. Oh, where's that gone? Well, that I think is going to run away for 4.
I think that's come off his pad and hit the back of his bat. It'd be interesting what's happening on the replay. It's definitely not gone where he intentionally wanted the ball to go.
No, I wondered for a while whether it come off the helmet of the keeper, but to go in that direction, I don't think it can have done.
I think pad, back of the bat.
Yeah, just kind of
scooped it over.
Scooped it over with the back of his bat, yeah, and just trickled over there. Yeah, let's see from this angle. Yes,
there we go.
Almost kind of rolled down the bat and flicked it off the end of it. Well, no one knew where that had gone, least of all the batsman himself. But the end result is a very welcome 4, and that means that Gloucestershire take 10 off the over despite losing the wicket, and that helps the run rate a little bit. To 68 from 60. 68 runs off 60 balls is the equation. 10 overs to go. So this game very much in the balance. And again a bit of luck for Bracey. He must feel it's his day, the way things are going. But Glamorgan will have other ideas about that. He's certainly riding his luck.
A thick inside edge, isn't it?
Yeah, in amongst all the lovely shots he's played. There have been a few of those. The shots chopped down, just missing the stumps, thick inside edges. Balls almost carrying in the air. But from Gloucestershire perspective, he's still there. And looking good. Van Buren. Powerful shot.
Yeah,
And he's shown that he can play a bit as well.
just a little bit short from goal. And he's the kind of pace, anything short, he's quite easy to jump onto. And you know, even a new batsman, Van Buren, he's pounced on that. Slightly short, bang, through mid wicket.
Yeah, that wasn't very short, was it? It probably was below stump height when he hit it.
He's hit that hard there, Bevan. No chance of catching that mid wicket.
No. Van Buren doing his job. Boundary and a single. Get Bracey back on strike. Certainly looks like he's going to play a few shots when the ball's there to hit as well. So he's not going to play a totally passive role. Much slower ball from Gorvin. So looking at the DLS par, very close. That's 130 at the moment. It's an indicator of how this match is balanced. And the answer is finely balanced.
Oh.
A little bit more luck. Van Buren's got a little tickle on that. On another day, that goes into the keeper's gloves. But today, it's run away for 4. So he's had an impact, Van Buren, since he's come out. He's raced into double figures off just a handful of balls.
It's a good over for Gloucester, isn't it? 11 off that, I think. Yeah, 11 off that.
Yeah.
Just taking it down. It's interesting what happened to these stages of the games. There's a batter, you want to take it down to the last 2 overs if you can. Take it right down, because all of a sudden pressure gets the bowlers. Things start to happen.
So it's Ben Kellaway bowling round the wicket. Could do with a tight over here. A few dots and the wicket is really what they need. So there's a couple of men in short. Behind square on the offside.
That's unfortunate from Kellaway there. It's just bounced. That's not a bad delivery. It didn't deserve to go to the boundary.
No, he looks really disappointed with that.
Yeah, that's bounced a lot more than Bracey was expecting. Bounce in. Thick edge. Ran away towards the turf end.
Well, swinging hard. And even the edge flew a bit there. I'm not sure there was much that Will Smell behind the stumps could do about it. Would have been a ridiculous catch had he have taken it.
And we just talked about taking the runs down, take the overs down. I mean, you get a boundary like that, fine. You've got 3 balls remaining. You've got 5 off already. All right, let's take singles. Lovely. Let's move into the next over. Do the same again. Let's move into the next. And that pressure starts being lumped onto Glamorgan and taken away from Gloucester.
Oh, well fielded. Stopped an almost certain boundary there. It's Dan Douthwaite. Well, it could come down to whether you make a good diving stop or not in a tight game like this. Every run counts. So 7 off the over, which is what they need, more than what they need. So the required rate will just come down a fraction. It's only almost a runner ball now, 50 off 48 that they require. So what do Glamorgan do now? How can they change things up?
Well,
Where's the wicket going to come from?
Looks like Kieran Carlton, captain. Does he bring himself on? He's standing next to the umpire. No. Hands the ball to McElroy, who bowled very well in his opening spell.
Yeah, 1 for 10 from 4 overs.
A little bit more pace on.
Jamie McAvoy taking over from the river.
So the ball a little bit older, of course, now than it was when he was bowled with it last. Had the ball moving around and flying through. Slightly different thing as well to be bowling at James Bracey, who's extremely well set, 78 not out.
Oh, there we go. A little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce. Just offer something that Glamorgan can't offer. Because you remember there's 2 balls being used in this innings. The ball gets retained at each end of the wicket, so it's not very old. I mean, it's 12 overs old, so it's not an old white ball. So there'll still be a bit of movement there, a little bit of seam, bounce.
Yeah, a bit of bounce as well there. Will Smell took that one with gloves pointing upwards, so good carry. But that's been hooked away for 4. Nice shot. Short. And he timed it well. Seemed to have plenty of time.
Just the angle, taking it down leg side as well, and Bracey spinning on that, just helping on its way, finding the gap between deep square and fine leg. Yeah, just down on leg stump there. Beautiful shot from Bracey.
Yeah, it was there. Looking back at it, it was sort of leg stump, wasn't it? It was. You're right. It was just a natural thing to help it round the corner. Oh, and that's a lovely follow-up.
It's an even better shot, isn't it? Slightly overcompensating there, McElroy, a little bit full, and beautiful, juicy half volley, and Bracey's a great nick and moves on to 86. Just 42 required. He's the key, isn't he? He's the big wicket.
It's about Bracey, you think. He's now just 14 runs away from 100 as well. Just takes a single.
Just on the leg side again from McElroy. Bracey be disappointed missing out on the leg side delivery. Definitely when you're on 86.
So Van Buren's played well. He's 14 off 6, so that's not what Glamorgan wanted to see, but done an excellent job for his team as Van Buren.
Oh.
Gets at the other end and gives Bracey a couple more balls to face. So you feel really Glamorgan have to take the wickets now. That feels like
it is. There's still, just under 6 required, so the rate's still up there as far as this game's concerned. Nice solid drive that, wasn't it? He's all over McElroy there. Beautiful shot. Good over for Gloucester.
Yeah, 10 from it.
10 from it. Change of ball hasn't quite worked for Carlson there.
So this is what the options are now. What options does he have?
So he's staying with...
Callaway's going to keep going. Yeah.
I think it's the right thing as well. I think pace off has been harder for Bracey to score. So I think this is a good option. Still 7 overs remaining, 40 on the board required.
So McElroy could bowl 2 more. Ooh.
Oh, he's got away with that. Oh, wide run. I think he'd take a wide. As soon as he left his hand, I think he'd take a wide.
Yeah.
Sat up really well.
To be hit over the short fine leg's head, but yet, thankfully, for Glamorgan, he missed it. Van Buren missing out there. Goes big this time. He's driven that our way, and that's all the way.
shot from Van Buren. Right in his arc there, against the spin. Fields up inside the boundary. And too inviting. Timed it beautifully well. Didn't try and overhit it. Maximum 7 off 2. Sorry, in theory, actually 7 off 1. This over so far with the wide.
We're taking a bit of a pressure off the man at the other end here as well, Van Buren. It was a very good strike, that one. Flighted it again. Picks out Gorvin at the short cover position. Giving it some air as if he's encouraging to try and play a shot here.
Yeah, don't mind this from Van Buren as far as Gloucester are concerned. I mean, damage is done. Glamorgan are hunting a wicket. Don't force anything. They get another 2 runs off this over. It's been an excellent over for them, so no reason to force any issue.
Coming round the wicket now. It's changing the angles, giving the batsman something else to think about. It's deft, you're going to have to hurry. The throw wasn't anywhere near in the end.
Yep.
So 8 off the over.
He's dragged that back well.
What, 9 off the over, in fact, I think.
For me, there's another ball left in that over, but no. Yeah, as you say, run rate over the last 2 or 3 overs dropped dramatically from 7 down to just over 5, so things go in the way for Gloucester at the moment. That's the end of power play there, so Glamorgan the option to put another fielder out, which would be a huge relief for not just bowler but captain as well.
But it's interesting, the run rate's got to the point now where they don't need, I mean, if they take a single every ball, they'll be fine. So interesting, it's in the balance, and Kieran Carlson's thrown the ball to Dan Douthwaite now. They need a breakthrough here, they need wickets. Van Buren's going to get a single.
Yeah, and I think what Van Buren's done, what Taylor didn't do the previous batsman, is exactly that. Just get off strike and let Bracey do his work. You know, he's calculated shots to the boundary, 6 in the previous over, and he's played a really good second hand to Bracey here.
Yeah. He's not wasted any balls, has he? And in fact, it's not just been taking the singles, he's whacked a few over the boundary as well, which I suppose does also take the pressure off Bracey as well. And round the wicket. Bracey, I hope to see that one soaring into the main stand, but didn't connect. A friendly chat between Van Buren and Douthwaite. Yeah, got big on him and sort of hit him just below the throat in the chest area there. I think might have got away with one there, Douthwaite. Oh, he's bowled in! Well, what a moment that could be! Bracey went for the big shot through the leg side, and now his off stump's lying flat on the floor.
Yeah, big bottom edge there, huge wicket for Douthwaite.
Well, that feels like a big moment in the game. It may not be a decisive moment, but certainly Bracey was the man who looked set to launch, you'd think, to get Gloucestershire very close to the total. It's been a great innings, 86. He's batted beautifully, did ride his luck at times, but some of his hitting was glorious. And he'll be disappointed, I think, not to have seen this through.
Feels significant, doesn't it? He's gone. Didn't quite bounce as much as the previous ball,
And that's why he ended up in that bottom edge and dragging the ball onto the stumps. Wonderful knot from Brace. He's held this innings together. Still a lot of work to be done. Still 31 runs required.
31 off 33, but Glamorgan will feel at least they're into the tail properly now, and it feels like a different thing to be bowling at Akhtar and Van Buren, although Van Buren has looked great so far. He's played his hand beautifully, but it's different to bowling to a prolific batsman like Bracey in his 80s, and going really nicely. So, a possible momentum swing. We shall see. Be very interesting to see how Akhtar plays this. If he can come in and in the same way that Van Buren did and hit a couple of boundaries, well, that would take all the pressure off.
Captain Kieran Carlson feels like wickets are going to be the way to win this game. He's put a slip in place. He's got Bevan at first slip now.
So, and a short catcher, mid-wicket as well, very short in.
Oh.
Hit that really, really well.
Couldn't hit that any better. But unfortunately, hit the straight at Byron at backward point.
So the way field is set, it looks like if he's going to bowl short, he's got to go quite straight, hasn't he, here?
Absolutely. I mean, Kieran Carlson's looking for length delivery. He wants an outside edge to those Bevan at first slip. That's what he's looking for.
Or the ball flick through mid-wicket.
Catcher at
in the air.
mid-wicket as well. So the couple of traps in place. Better in there. That's where he needs to be. A yard fuller, that sort of line. That's what Kieran Carlson is looking for. But importantly, every ball, that run rate now is creeping up, back up to 6.
Well, it's a good battle, this. Good battle between bat and ball. Two sides who know each other well.
A little bit more defensive. The fields are going out. Looking for the single off this ball. Should get Akhtar back on strike for the next over. You've got a deep point.
So they've got
fine leg. And a man in between those two fielders as well. Yeah.
So
very good over.
Brilliant over. Dan Douthwaite, just the 1 run conceded from it, and the big wicket of James Bracey. He was the danger man. He was batting beautifully, but couldn't quite get it over the line himself. He'll now be hoping that his colleagues, Graham Van Buren and Zaman Akhtar in particular, who are in now, hoping that they can carry on the good work that he started. But Glamorgan will suddenly feel they have hope again when it was fading away. Definitely feel much more hopeful as Andy Gorvin now returns from the Cathedral Road end. And he's bowled him! Well, what an introduction that was. Brilliant change by the captain. And Van Buren has gone. Well, that's a double blow for Glamorgan. And suddenly the pendulum swings again.
Gorvan, I think, is a pace-off delivery here. Yeah, rolled his fingers down it. Ball cut back into the stumps and dragged on by Van Buren. Huge wicket that. Just feels like a huge swing towards Glamorgan.
That's very skillfully bowled when you watch it in the replay. You perhaps don't pick it up with the naked eye when he actually bowled it in the first place. But to slow it down, put that cut on it as well, and that jag back at him, cramped him for room and straight through him, deceived him all ends up. So a good piece of bowling from Andy Gorvin. Inspired bowling change from Kieran Carlson as well. And now all of a sudden, it does feel like a different game as 2 wickets tumble in the space of a handful of balls.
Just feels like all of a sudden, in the pace of 10 deliveries, this game feels a long way away for Gloucester to win. Just over and over there, that's crept up to 6.5 run rate.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes deep, very deep, maybe to the last ball. Of course, we've had that already with Gloucestershire this season. Last baller here, of course, last baller in the Championship. Wow, they serve up entertaining games, these two counties, when they play each other. And I think we've got another one here now. Crowd on the edge of their seats. Who would dare call it either way at the moment? Certainly not us. But Glamorgan, you have to say, things have swung in their favour in a big way in the last 5 balls. So it's Josh Shaw, who bowled very well earlier. He's now joined Zaman Akhtar in the middle. And he's straight off the mark. So,
it may sound very obvious, but it's very, very important for Gloucester to keep up with the rate. I mean, 15 off the last is probably not gettable. So I feel they do need to keep in and around 6.5. They have to stay up with the rate.
So from a Gloucestershire perspective, going to the last over, what would you not want to have more than?
12. Probably 10 if I'm honest. I don't sound too unkind, but you've got Shaw and Akhtar batting, what, 9 and 10. Sorry, 8 and 9. Sorry,
yeah.
8 and 9. There's a reason they bat in at 8 and 9. So you're going into that last over with, you know, your lower end batsmen who are not used to those situations, with fewer options to hit to the boundary. So what do they want? They need to chance their arm in these next 2 or 3 overs to stay up with the rate.
Calculated risk needed. Oh, big appeal. I think there might have been a little edge on that.
Yeah, so this is a nightmare situation. Just the one from the 5 balls so far for Gloucester. Rate quickly shoots up. We're above 7 already.
I mean, that's the thing at this stage. Oh yeah, that was going down, I think. That's the thing, that the rate can go down very fast with a couple of boundaries, and it can go up very fast as well with dot balls.
Got him.
Caught behind. Nice piece of work from Will Smale, and Gorvin strikes again. And Glamorgan all of a sudden are on a roll.
Wonderful hole from Gorvin here. 2 wickets, just the 1 run from it. Nice from Gorvin here. This one, seamer, little bit of extra bounce, lovely catch from Smell, outside edge. Akhtar going for not scoring. Wonderful period of play for Glamorgan. Just feel like Gloucester are dead in the water here.
Well, talk about momentum swings. And this really feels like one here. It's not all over yet. There's still plenty of cricket to play. Well, Andy Gorvin, because he was the bowler who got hit for 6 last ball of the match in the blast, when Gloucestershire won that one out of nowhere. So fair play to him, that will mean a lot to him. But he may also be wondering whether he ends up bowling the last over. I wonder whether Kieran Castle will try and make sure that that probably doesn't happen. Just looking back at that, that was an extraordinary game. Glamorgan dropped a catch on the penultimate ball, which would almost certainly have won the game. And they needed 6 to win. Andy Gorvin had the last ball, I think a low full toss, which was deposited back over his head below us here. So fair play to Gorvin. Bowling at the business end of the innings has done a terrific job for Glamorgan here. And the rate's now up to 7.5. 30 from 24. Only 2 wickets left. And it's Dan Douthwaite to bowl.
Yeah, interesting option there. Slip in place. Field down at third man. Go backward pointing there is when he's looking to run the ball down for a single. So your risk rewards high. So you want to play some shots, hit the ball down the ground. Hit it through extra cover. Get yourself in the game.
Right arm over the wicket, short field.
Caught behind. Well taken by Will Smell, and Dan Douthwaite strikes again. His third wicket. And how important could that be? What a swing we've seen here. Big edge, no doubt about that. And Smale took it comfortably.
Again, Shaw trying to run that ball down to third man. For a single, that's the only thing you can get from that shot, really. He ended up getting him out. It's a skinny edge.
So 158 for 8.
The new Gloucestershire batter, Ajit Singh.
So it's Ajit Singh Dale as the new batsman. .158 for 9, correction, for 9. Scoreboard was a little bit slow, catching up. So, Glamorgan, 1 wicket away from victory. Gloucestershire, 30 runs away. Ten, 15 balls ago, this game looked almost lost for Glamorgan. It's amazing how things can swing round. Wickets often do fall in clusters, and they have here. So, 2 batsmen who haven't faced a ball yet. This is a nice situation for Dan Douthwaite. He's got a 4 for.
See, I don't mind that from Singh Dale. I mean, let's play some shots. I mean, the rate's up to 8.5, and you know, if we're going to go down swinging, you never know. You might just latch on to 1 or 2, and all of a sudden you're taking it down to 2 overs. Nudging and nerdling, probably not required. Douthwaite, can he get his 5th wicket?
Not sure what's happened there. Singh Dale has just seen something that's distracted him, I think. Don't think anyone was moving behind the bowler's arm. Making Dan Douthwaite do it again. So Dan Douthwaite, 4 wickets already. Fizzes it past the outside edge again. He's hunting his 5th. He's only got 1 more ball to do it now. Correction, 2 more balls. And a second slip goes in. Well, that gives you a sense of how much Glamorgan value the wicket. The run rate, they're probably less worried about now. But a nice drive from Singh Dale. But there's cover, it'll only be 1. That's the first run that Dan Douthwaite has conceded this over. And the rate now above 9. And 29 off 19 is the equation. And Dan Goodman, tall batter, 6'5". Happy to let him have 1. Well, that's a great spell from Dan Douthwaite. Brilliantly bowled, 4 for 25 from his 7 overs. And he's done a terrific job for his team. Particularly the big turning point, you'd have to say, in the match, which was the wicket of James Bracey. When Douthwaite bowled him, well, that really has swung the game into Glamorgan's favour.
Completely different game without Bracey out there, isn't it? So even at nines now, if Bracey was still out there with 9 wickets there, you'd think there's a chance. But with him not here and back in the change room, game is dead.
Well, Goodman and Singdale have got a chance to become real heroes here for Gloucestershire. It's going to be tough. You think they're going to have to swing the bat and get lucky. And it's Andy Gorvin, so they may be wondering which over they need to attack to give themselves a chance. Gorvin, sort of medium pace. This might be the one they try and target. He's gone! Glamorgan have won! It's Andy Gorvin, whose ball got hit for 6 in the blast to lose the game. Well, he has his moment in winning the match as he takes the final wicket. And Glamorgan have won. Gloucestershire 160 all out. So Glamorgan winning by 27 runs. And that is a brilliant turnaround, Mike Powell, from just maybe 10, 15, 20 balls ago. It looked like Gloucestershire's game to lose, with Bracey going so well. But as soon as he was out, suddenly the game swung big time into Glamorgan's favour, and fair play to the bowlers at the end. They've finished it off really well.
Yeah, they bowled really well at the end there. Gorvin's done his part, picking up 3 wickets there. Douthwaite in his 4 wickets, just 25 runs, exceptionally well. But you're right, there was a stage there where it was Bracey who ended up on 86 to his name, got 79 balls, and Van Buren, who did really well getting up to 23. But as soon as Bracey went, this Gloucester innings just sort of fell off a cliff, and Glamorgan didn't look like losing it from as soon as Bracey got out. So well done, Glamorgan, excellent win for them. Ebbed and flowed slightly in the second half of that game, but Glamorgan came out on top.
Yeah, very well played in there, the players. They're looking delighted with that. They fought really hard, and they've ridden some difficult moments in the game as well. I think that's almost what they'll be most pleased with, that they didn't have it all their own way for large parts of the match, but they worked out a way when Bracey was well set, closing on his 100 with the run rate at less than a run a ball. Kieran Carlson brought back Dan Douthwaite. He took the wicket, and then they've blown away the tail very, very cheaply. So that's a great performance there from Glamorgan. They've taken all their catches as well, backed their bowlers up in the field, and I think you can say that they've earned that. The bowlers did a good job, and actually as you look back across the game, you realise that actually the fact that several Glamorgan players got going, the fact that Billy Root got a nice 30, that Carlson stayed around for a while, and Kellaway 60 odd, all those innings very important actually. It was in the Gloucestershire innings that only really Bracey batted any time at all.
Yeah, the only standout player here, I'm just trying to look at the scores here. There's very few Gloucester that got players that got into double figures. I mean, Charlesworth got 14, same for Taylor. Van Buren ended up with 23. Beyond that, no other Gloucester player got into double figures. Also significantly, 19 extras Gloucester bowled in their innings, and I think Glamorgan only ended up with, I think it was 6 extras in their innings. But such, a 33 over game to end up with 19 extras, those add up. So it's not just the extra runs you get from them, there's the extra deliveries on top that you get runs from. So 19's pretty steep for me.
Yeah, so there's Dan Douthwaite, pick of the bowlers there, 4 for 25. Did a brilliant job, particularly at the back end of the innings, and got the crucial wicket of Bracey as well, but had excellent support. McElroy was excellent up top with Van der Gooten as well, and Andy Gorvin, very pleased for him as well. After a difficult day, the last time Gloucestershire visited, well, he's ended up with 3 for 32, winning the match for his team, and also a little bit of support from the spinners. Kellaway, 1 for 32, and Bevan, just the 2 overs for 17 runs. So, a great start for Glamorgan at the start of their one-day cup campaign. They have beaten Gloucestershire by 27 runs. And just a few closing reflections with Mike Powell. Well, Mike, that was an exciting game. Had lots of swings and roundabouts, momentum swings in particular. And what did you think the key thing was in the end that got Glamorgan over the line?
Oh, look, there's a number of takeaways. I think Doubtfire, how well he bowled in the second part of the game, picking up 4 wickets. I think that's a real confidence boost to him. But I think young Kellaway coming in and looking from ball 1, I can't think of a ball he mistimed, ended up, but he had 63 or something he ended up with in the end. I'm trying to find the score, but I think that, for me, that's a positive. Glamorgan in the field looks smart as well. No catches went down, threw themselves around, saved a number of runs in the field. So for me, Glamorgan absolutely deserved to win this game, and I think from this thing take a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it was 65 not out for Kellaway, but it was the way, I suppose, that they were in trouble, had lost a lot of wickets cheaply, and but yet they worked out how to play when just to conserve a few wickets, give themselves a chance to go again, wait for the ball to get a little bit softer. And I think that's maybe the thing that they'll be most pleased about, that Grant Bradburn will be most pleased about, is in the batting, how they worked out the problem to solve the problem that they had, but also at the end there, when they were right up against it, Bracey was set, playing beautifully, Van Buren was hitting boundaries at the other end, and again they didn't panic, stayed confident, stuck to their plans, and actually have turned it around and in the end won the game quite comfortably.
Yeah, you've touched on a number of times during this competition gives opportunity, and I think Kellaway, this has given Kellaway an opportunity to come down the order rather than bat 7 or 8 where he does in the T20, to come down to, where's he batted here?
I think it's 6. Yeah.
And he'll probably go even lower again as this competition goes forward. And he stood tall, and he's a find for Glamorgan. He broke into this competition, broke into the team in this competition last year and did really well with the ball. And possibly this could be the season where he shows what he can do with the bat.
And a little word for Gloucestershire, James Bracey in particular. He did bat very well and looked really attractive, his batting. He obviously has played really well against Glamorgan this season already in different competitions, but again today looked the real deal, played really well.
Yeah, Bracey looked a step above everyone else in the Gloucester team with the bat in hand. He played really well, and he was obviously the key wicket that brought Glamorgan the win, but all credit to him. He played very, very, very well today.
Yeah, 86 of just 79 balls, 3 6s and 9 4s. He was the man really who was the hope for Gloucestershire, but when he went, well, really Gloucestershire's hopes faded away, and that allowed the Glamorgan bowlers to clean up the tail. So a really good start for Glamorgan. Victory in the One Day Cup, as they got off to the start they wanted. Victory over Gloucestershire by 27 runs, and we're really looking forward to the next game at home in this competition. That's in Neath on Wednesday next week, the 31st of July, against the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. So if you're down that way and you fancy watching some cricket, then please do get on the ticket website here at Glamorgan, and we'd absolutely love to see you at that game. So thank you very much indeed to Mike Powell and all our other guests this afternoon. It's been a really enjoyable afternoon as Glamorgan get their One Day Cup campaign off to a winning start. From me, Ashley Crowther, and all the team here, thanks very much indeed for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.